What is going on, everybody? We are finally back after a 1 week vacation. The Xbox 2 is now live. What is going on? I'm one of your hosts, Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And as always, I'm with my surprising and irrational guest, my irrational co-host. Without him, the business it wouldn't recover if I lost Jez. It just wouldn't recover. Jez Corden, managing editor, Windows Central, is here after his vacation. What's going on?
Little break. Yeah, man. Celebrating 10 years with my girlfriend. Shout out to her. Putting up with me for 10 whole years. Who'd have thought, eh? Who'd have thought? But yes, around that time on Friday, it was a very busy day. And I was just like, it's going to be a low energy show and it's going to be rushed. And, maybe Rand needs a break too. So, we thought we'd take a week off. We haven't done that for a long time.
Yes.
When's the last time we took a week off? Did we even take a week off for Christmas? I don't even know if we did.
No, because I think we did it on the Monday. I'm not sure. I'm not sure when's the last time we actually had a week off, because we've been not only pretty good doing the show every week, but we've been doing the show every Friday, essentially, right?
Yeah, indeed. We used to be all over the place. Do you remember back in the day? We were doing it from Thursday, Saturday, Sunday.
Bro, we used to. We're about coming up on our 6-year anniversary, by the way. So not only did you celebrate 10 years with your beautiful girlfriend, it's almost 6 years of the Xbox 2 podcast live on YouTube and then later on Spotify and all those wonderful places, iTunes. 6 years. It's pretty amazing. Did you think we'd be making it 6? Could we go for a full 10 years of Xbox 2?
I didn't know, bro. 6 years? I had no idea. But we're rocking it, man, and thanks to Sony, ABK, regulators for giving us stuff to talk about every damn week.
We could find stuff to talk. We were talking about stuff before the ABK stuff, but thank you, Jim, my favorite person in the video game industry, flying, crying, lying, Jim, dance move, Saving Private Ryan. He's always bringing the goods. Every time you see a quote from him, it's just like perfection. You know what I mean? It's perfection, bro.
Oh, mate.
It's incredible. So welcome all you wonderful people in the chat. I see you. Do us a big favor. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you're new. I actually dropped 2 videos this week, Jez. 2 videos yesterday. Damn. People are saying yesterday's video was Achievement says he dropped a super chat and says I went straight savage on my last video.
Savage. I need to go watch it then.
Well, I mean, it's just one of those things. It's like, you know what? I respect Sony for trying to protect their business, but that doesn't preclude me from making fun of them for the things they say. Like, I understand why they do it. I understand it's a lot of money. I understand they don't want their competitor to get Call of Duty and the whole, kit and caboodle. I understand that PlayStation doesn't want to essentially bankroll Xbox for the foreseeable future. But that's, we're still gonna make fun of Jim Ryan and the things PlayStation says because it's wonderful. It's great. You know what I mean?
It's a lot of fun. It's been a fun-filled week.
Yes.
I was away. I was at the seaside. 0 degrees, by the way, at the beach.
0 degrees. 0 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, 0 degrees. So that's freezing. That's the point of freezing. Very cold, but very, very relaxed. Had some good food. But even when I was there, I was still, checking out Twitter every now and then, having a quick glance over and seeing the drama unfold the last few days. So we're gonna get into it, man. It's gonna be fun times.
Indeed, we are. So I should make mention for all the patrons. Sorry, it's not Resident Evil 4 footage, but the footage that Jez gave me just wasn't usable. And I watched it. I was just like, I can't put this on the show. So this is the Forza Horizon 5 rally footage I did have. So sorry about that. I didn't check.
I didn't realize the footage was corrupted until it was too late.
Yeah.
But there's something wrong with my capture card, I think. But Maybe we'll have Resident Evil footage next week, or
Yeah.
we'll do another poll and make sure that we get the right footage next time. But
Essentially.
sorry about that.
Also, as nobody's complaining, so I assume the audio is good, because once again, as Jez joined the podcast, guess what he had? He had audio issues every single time when sometimes he'll join the Discord call, and I won't be able to hear him for 5 minutes. He'd be like, "Can you hear me now?" I'd be like, "Bro, what goes wrong with your microphone every single time?" Like you do the podcast on Friday, next week you come in the Friday after, and it's still so. This week, Jez had electrical hissing, and I was like, "Oh, gotta get rid of it." I'm like, it's always something. It's always something, but we eventually
I'm doing my
fixed
best,
it.
man. I'm doing my best.
So here we are, rest and refreshed from our week off, and thank you to PlayStation for always giving us something to talk about. So should we get the everything rolling here with some housekeeping, Jez? I believe we do have a sponsor this week, one and only Manscaped, which that means an incredible ad read by you. So hit it up.
Let's kick it off, because Rand, it is spring, baby. Spring is sprung, and our friends at Manscaped, the leaders in below the waist grooming, have the best tools for some spring cleaning in your pants.
Mm-hmm. Always
keep
in your
those
pants.
hedges in your pants. That's what Manscaped's all about, baby. Well, they do a lot of other products, not just for your pants, but a lot of their products is for below the waist, because they are the leaders in below the waist grooming. After all, keep those hedges trimmed and those pesky spring weeds plucked with the Epic Performance Package 4.0. This ball care bundle rocks the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, Weed Whacker ears and hair, ear and nose. Oh, that was hard. Let's try that again. The Lawnmower.
Do a second take.
Second take. The Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, Crop Preserver ball deodorant, Crop Reviver ball toner, Performance boxer briefs, and a travel bag to hold all of your goodies. Let your confidence bloom and beautify your balls this spring with Manscaped. Join the other 8 million men who trust Manscaped, trademark, and use code XB2 to get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com. And thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring this video.
It's funny because your mic was perfectly fine the whole time, and then it started to get a tad bit crunchy when you were. I don't know if you got really into the mic right there, but I think you definitely blew your gains out on that one.
Oh man, I need a producer, man. I need someone to come and. Does it sound all right now?
Yeah,
I've turned it down a bit.
You sound fine now. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely blew out your mic game. I as you were saying that, I was rolling back your levels, but yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why it does that. I don't get it, man. I don't get it, bro. I don't know.
Professional
podcasting with Jez Corden.
Professional podcasting. I don't get it. If anyone out there understands microphones, get in touch with me, because I sure as hell apparently don't.
Right.
But yeah, I've got a clip guard on it, so it shouldn't get that loud. I put that on there specifically for that purpose.
It was weird because the whole time you were doing great, and then you did the ad read, and you just blew out your gains, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but our theory says Manscaped ads should blow out the mic.
Maybe it should. So code XB2, I mean, you can always use it even if we don't necessarily do an ad read. You can always get some from them using the code, 20% off, and free shipping. But we also have the incredible people over at Patreon. I hope you guys enjoyed the interview with Foss Patents this past week. We did it on Tuesday, and I think it went live for everybody on Friday on Jez's channel. It was a wonderful time interviewing him about everything ABK. You know, he doesn't do podcasts, so obviously there was an echo on his end, but you could understand everything that we were saying. So we will be doing Xbox 2 Ultimate this week, I believe on Tuesday, and we do have like a little theme for that episode where we'll be going over the 10 best and worst Xbox exclusives among, whatever else we talk about during the show. And then later in the month, we'll be doing Xbox 2+1 with I'll have to reach out to the person that people wanted because we put out a poll on Patreon to see who do people want. So check out patreon.com/XB2. Link is in the description, but we do have some shout outs, which I will get into. We have the grandest of BIP, Chris Pernice, Starsman, Hey Blinken, The Bearded Tate, Sleets, Army Dude 52C, Mr. Butterjeans, William Schumacher, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Tyler, Gunstar75, Moronic Donkey 99, C Money, Mario Kart Madman on YouTube, Makazilla, Haters Will Be Haters, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Halo is the franchise playa, K-Trox, Ricky Felland, Bright Tundra 1, Jasper Shap, Joseph Campbell, Blastos, Mr. Joanna Dark, Justin Duell, Frank Mariano, P Bro King, Justin Miller, Asa T, and Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Graham, DZ Huffin, Justin Sego, Andrew, Courtney, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Tropey, Prof JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang KPZ, and the Shorts Master himself, Walf Riggum. Thank you guys for supporting the show.
Walf Riggum?
Walf Riggum, whatever. You know,
Walf
Riggum. You know what it is. So
that's a new name. Walf Riggum.
Walf Riggum. God, I can't speak. But now we're back. We're back in our natural habitat because now I'm running the show and streaming it, and you're just sitting there because last time you actually had to stream the show, and I was sitting on the sidelines. It felt very awkward. But this time, we're back in our normal roles, and, well, we do have a lot here to talk about. We have PlayStation continuing to cry with their incredibly weak arguments. Jim Ryan basically saying, our first-party games ain't nothing. I don't know Sony Santa Monica or Insomniac when Jim Ryan was asked if he knows those studios. I don't know her. All I care about is Call of Duty. You know, it's funny. I thought PlayStation's reputation was based around the fact that they release high-quality, single-player, cinematic, third-person, AAA experiences, but I guess not. I guess their entire reputation is based around Call of Duty, so we'll be delving into that, making fun of it, because it's hysterical to me. We'll be talking about Xbox's latest acquisition. We're talking about the Game Showcase. We're talking about a whole bunch of stuff. SSD leaks, Square Enix dropping off the platform, U.S. Congress members accusing Sony of anti-competitive practices, new handhelds from PlayStation. I mean, there are basically 2 weeks of stuff here. E3's dead.
It's gonna be a long show.
Some sort of, show. Media bias. People talking all this smack about the Xbox Family Plan and its pricing. And then suddenly it was like, oh, no, it's New Zealand. Uh-oh, gotta unretweet, gotta delete some tweets, gotta unlike some stuff because my first reaction is Xbox bad. News, this is awful. Can't wait for actual information to come. Gotta make the judgment call. Gotta send it out to all my followers. Even though I hate Xbox, it's the only thing I talk about 24/7 because I can't get any engagement anywhere else, and my life completely sucks. But at least my whole persona is I hate Xbox.
Wow.
I mean, it's true, is it not? I mean, am I lying? If I'm lying, leave the podcast. If I'm speaking facts, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying?
I think you're hitting some nerves there, man. Maybe.
For all the people that say I hate Xbox, they sure talk about it all the fucking time. Oh, use my one swear word, and I can't swear anymore. Or I have to wait till later. Maybe it's too early. Anyways, let's talk about some games because we've been playing some stuff. I played a whole bunch of stuff. Talking about some video games. I'll let you go first, Jess. What is a game that you played recently that you want to tell everybody about?
Oh man, this is tough because I can't actually talk about them. Because I am currently in the process of previewing 4 games that are not under embargo, so can't talk about them. They're all pretty cool in their own ways. Probably get into some of them next week at least. But beyond that, I haven't really been playing a whole lot because I've been away. One thing I have been trying to get back to on cloud mostly is Persona. So Nothing new, basically. I don't want to go over Persona. You all know what Persona 5 is. I'm trying to get through it slowly over time because I'm triggered, endlessly triggered that Rand accuses me of never being able to finish games.
I do it. I do it for your benefit, bro.
You do it for my benefit. Well, I've dedicated myself. The game that I'm gonna finish from my backlog is Persona 5.
Oh,
now that's on hold again because of all the previews that I just dropped this week.
Okay.
So yeah, that's pretty much it. Have you been playing anything?
Oh, bro, I've been playing a lot. I've been playing a lot. But I mean, let's get the chat in here. Do you think Jez is actually gonna finish Persona 5? Do you think? I mean, Persona 5 supposedly like 100-hour game. You know what I mean?
100 hour? I think it's more than that, isn't it? If you do like the post game stuff too, I don't know. These games are beefy, man. You know, but. I used to play JRPGs all the time back in the day, and it's just like 100 hours.
I'm just saying. I'm just asking chat. What does chat say? Do you think Jez will actually beat Persona 5?
Oh, let's see what they say. We'll have to drop a poll as well in the. I'll have to drop a poll on the Spotify as well because we can put polls on Spotify again now, which is awesome.
Let me drop a poll. Will Jez beat Persona 5? Oh wait, is that a Q&A? Oh, I want a poll. 1 second. Start a poll.
Professional pod.
Will Jez beat Persona 5? Yes.
So mean.
No. I mean, hey. I mean, I got faith in you, bro. I mean, if you're gonna, you know, challenge yourself to do it, then I got faith in you.
I figure I've got like.
But I mean, right now nobody else has faith in you because look at those numbers. Oh snap!
Oh man, that is harsh. Now I'm like extra motivated now. I've got to prove everyone wrong.
I think you do.
There's nothing more motivating than spite in life. But tell us what you've been playing, right?
Well, I got a couple super chats I want to read, but yeah, because I played a lot. We got Brett Bingham says Shrek to Jim Ryan. Can you stop crying for 5 minutes?
You got to do a Scottish accent for that.
Yeah, I can't do a Scottish accent.
Yeah, me neither.
Actually. And Sin Vendetta, our buddy, he dropped super chat, says, randomly I decided to go down the Randall 419 YouTube channel rabbit hole last Monday and started watching all your videos in reverse order, starting with your most recent video, and made it, and he has a second one, made it all the, how does he finish this? Made it all the way back to your video you made on January 18th, 2022, when Microsoft dropped the news they had acquired ABK. It's been fun. It was like going back in time. Awesome content, Rand. Wow, that's
interesting.
That's a lot.
You know, I often think about that, like, because one thing that the internet always does is they go back into things you've said in the past, like years and years and years ago, and they're like, "Oh, you said this in 2017 that contradicts your position in 2023," even though there's like new information, things have changed, blah blah blah. Then none of that matters. And I often sometimes I go back and look at some of my old editorials, and man, one thing I realized. I've been very, very mean to Bobby Kotick editorials in the past, which is hilarious now. But looking at the fact that he's going to be a Microsoft employee and stuff, it's gonna be awkward.
Will he be a Microsoft employee?
Yeah, I suppose we'll find out. I don't think he'll be with the company very long. He'll get his payout, his golden parachute, and then exit stage left, and then we'll get a new. I think they will appoint a CEO for Activision. I think it's big enough to warrant
probably somebody within the company that knows it. Probably.
Yeah, I would imagine maybe Lulu. Lulu.
That'd be interesting if Lulu. That'd be a big promotion for her. We have Drawn TJ with Super Chat. He says if Chris Farley was live, he could easily run Sony and be better than Jim Ryan. Chris Farley, that's interesting.
Who's Chris Farley?
Chris Farley was a comedian. Back when like Adam Sandler and David Spade were kind of getting known on Saturday Night Live. He did a bunch of movies and then he died. He was a big comedian. He's the one who did like, and I live in a van down by the river. Come on, you had to have seen that, right? SNL sketch. Or the SNL sketch where it was Patrick Swayze and Chris Farley dancing at Chippendales, and like it's Patrick Swayze, basically like Beefcake, and Chris Farley, overweight fat guy. Come on, you have to know who he is.
Nope.
Really?
Don't.
All right.
SNL's not like a big thing in Britain. But maybe I have seen it on the internet as a meme or something. I don't know. But I'm gonna check it out now. I'm curious. You made me curious.
You should. We have a comment here from Sea Lord of Bravos, who says, Jez, come and post in the Reset Era Xbox thread like your boy Rand does. We don't bite. I think Reset Era and Jez, they don't jive well together, so that'd be a big no. I'll post in there occasionally, although I do lurk most of the time.
Reset Era is cancer on the face of video gaming, I'm afraid. So you won't catch me dead in that place.
Damn.
I've had so much hate and harassment from Reset Era that I won't give the admins any ad revenue just from attending that site. Awful site. No offense to the handful of people who go there who aren't toxic as fuck, but the vast majority of people there are toxic as fuck. Right.
Indeed. So what have I been playing? Let's see. As the gameplay shows, I played some Forza Horizon 5 Rally Adventure. I did beat it. My initial thoughts on it are that when I first started it, I wasn't really liking it. I was like, I don't know. I kind of missed the kind of out there of fantastical elements of Hot Wheels or the Lego stuff. But the more I played of it, the more I actually ended up liking it. Because when I loaded up Forza Horizon 5, I was just like, oh man, it's Forza Horizon. It's been the same thing forever. And it's like, I don't know if I really want to do this rally stuff. And it really is just more dirt races, off-road races like in the main game, just a whole collection of them. But I did feel the map was actually really well, and some of the races were really well done. It is a short DLC. I believe I beat it in I think I beat it in one night. I think I beat it in like 3 hours or something. I did all the races, did the finale, did the big long race. So, I mean, as like ranking the DLCs that they've done, it's definitely towards the bottom for me. I would put the 2 Hot Wheels ones above it. I would put the Lego one above it. I'd put Blizzard Mountain above it. This one,
is it free?
No, it's part of the expansion. It's like $20, I think, by itself. But yeah, I think, I don't know. It's weird because my thought process changed on it. At first, I was kind of like, I don't know if I want this, but by the end, I was like, that was actually good. It surprised me. I don't think it's as good as the other ones. And now it's like a matter of like, okay, what's next for this team? Because they only do 2 expansions, and then it's the next game. So the question remains is like, are we going to get a Forza Horizon 6 next year? Because usually you can kind of look into the DLCs and maybe get a picture of what they're doing. Kind of like they did Blizzard Mountain with Forza Horizon 3, and then 4, they had the whole seasons, right? You had the winter, spring, summer, all the different seasons. And then 4 had the DLCs, Treasure Island, which really didn't have much to do with anything, and the Lego stuff. And, then Mexico, which I still have a lot of fun driving around the main map. I think it's way better than Forza Horizon 4. And I just sort of wonder what's next for Playground. Because this, I don't know, I don't really get a sense of like, all right, looking at this DLC, this definitely has the blueprints of something they'll do for the next game. So I'm kind of curious, like, is it going to be Japan? Is the game going to come out next year? Are we looking at 2025? Are they going to go 4 years in between releases? I did see Forza Horizon 5 did, because of the DLC, get up to like the 10th most played game on Xbox. And the game's been out for, this would be its 3rd year. So it's been out for, actually this would be its 2nd year, because I think it came out in 2021. So it's still, people play it all the time. I even did a race, and I think I was matched with a Playground developer who I ended up beating 2 out of 3 times. Yay me! So no, it was enjoyable. It just wasn't very long. Like some of the things that they did in Hot Wheels with the missions and the like extra things you could do, they completely abandoned for this one, and it was more just like just win the races and do some of the PR stunts, and now they have like 3 teams that you can sign up for. One team races all at night, one team is like dirt races, and one team's kind of mixed. And like there's only like 8 races for each team. So I think, yeah, there's only 8 races for each team, so there's only 20 like handcrafted races in the whole thing, and they're obviously not that long. They're only a couple minutes a piece, so you could basically blaze through it in a day like I did. But I enjoyed it, just not as much as the other ones. I also played SIFU again. SIFU finally came to Xbox. And you know how much I loved it when I played it on PlayStation. I put like 25 hours on there. I practiced a lot. I was able to beat the game under the age of 25, which is the hardest achievement in that game. So it finally came to Xbox. I implore everybody who is on the fence about it to please put this game on your radar. I know it sells for $40, and it is expensive, especially since the game's a year old. So if you don't want to spend full price on it, I understand. Maybe wait a little bit, it might go on sale. But I think this is one of the best games that came out last year. It's absolutely incredible. And it was difficult when it released on PlayStation. You would have to put in some time to actually get good at it. But they did eventually add a hard mode and an easy mode, and that has made its way over to Xbox. They also added a whole bunch of new content, like arena battles with different modifiers and stuff. So if you're worried that you just wouldn't be able to beat it on normal, because it is very difficult. My first few times played it on normal, I didn't get very far. I think I didn't even get to the second boss before I lost all my lives. But easy mode does make it a lot easier. The enemies are less aggressive. They don't do as much damage. You do more damage. You have double the health bar. It is a roguelike in the sense that...
do you get, like, every time you fail, do you get more power? So, like, am I gonna...
Yeah.
Am I gonna get frustrated and
there's moves
you
earn XP as you beat people, and there's moves you can unlock, you can permanently unlock, so then you have them for your next time. But yeah,
does that make it easier, would you say?
Yeah, because some of the moves are good. So like, and as you keep on playing and unlocking more moves, you're also getting better at the game, understanding the different mechanics, the dodging versus parrying versus avoiding, and everything's always in the same, like the enemies are always in the same spot. So it's just a matter of like you keep on doing it. And the big reason why it was difficult was on normal difficulty. If you died, you went from 20 to 21. And if you died again before resetting your death counter, it would go 1 to 2. So you go from 21 to 23, right? But if you just and when you start playing it, you're not that good, so you'll keep on dying, especially to some of the bosses or harder enemies. And then all of a sudden, you'll just see your age increase, because it's not a linear 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It's like 21, then 23, then 26, and then 31, because each time you die, the death counter increases and adds to your age. And before you know it, you're 60 years old and the game's over, and you got to start over. But on easy, they added it where the death counter only ever gets to 1, so it is a linear progression. So you have way more lives, and when you can spend, there's shrines in the level that you can get extra stuff. One of the things they added to easy difficulty is the ability to wipe out 5 years of your age for 1,000 XP. So if you're like 30 years old and you spend you can basically wipe it down to 25. But that's so like they've made the game significantly easier for people on the easy difficulty, and if you're worried about that, that would be the difficulty I would play on. But I absolutely adore that game. I think I beat it another 3 times. I beat it on normal, then I played it on easy just to see what it was. But I love that game. So SIFU, it's out now on Xbox. It has all the arena stuff. It has all the updates. Please check that game out. And also, I played Resident Evil 4, Jez. I played it 3 times already. I beat it 3 times.
What the hell? What's wrong with you?
Bro, I mean, I'm the man with the million, bro. I play games. Last year...
Were you running for achievements or what?
Yeah, I mean, there was... Well, so like Resident Evil, I always like to do different runs. My first run...
Have we talked about Resident Evil yet?
No, well, you talked about it because you reviewed it, right?
Right.
But I haven't talked about it because we didn't do a show last week. But Resident Evil... I was a little bit worried when they originally kind of announced it. I was like, does Resident Evil 4 need a remake? And then I played it and I'm like, yes, absolutely. I I am so in love with this game. I thought Dead Space was like maybe the pinnacle of a remake outside of Resident Evil 2, but Resident Evil 4 is so much better. I think my first playthrough was on standard, and it was like 19 hours. Like I did everything. I did all the merchant requests. I did all the found all the treasures and stuff. But that game was incredible from start to finish. Like they kept some things from the original, they tweaked some things, some dialogue was the same, some wasn't. But the gameplay was so sublime, especially when you started to really get comfortable with the knife, parrying attacks, dealing damage back. Right. Bro, I'm in a dilemma right now because I want to say Resident Evil is my favorite game of the year and potentially my game of the year, depending on how the Jedi Survivor or Starfield or any Redfall or any of these other games that are coming out, Spider-Man 2. And I sort of feel like it's a remake. Maybe it shouldn't be number one, and maybe Hi-Fi Rush should be because Hi-Fi Rush is new. But bro, I was in like paradise for those first for those 18 hours, bro. Like I was loving every single second of it. How the game looked, all the different environments, the story. Even though it's kind of off the wall and it's not ridiculous. Like the dialogue can be a little
only what it is
cringy and stuff, but bro, like how much improved the village stuff is and the castle sections. I mean, the island stuff is always like the first two areas are much better. The island stuff is okay, but I was just blown away. And the thought of like what they should remake, I was kind of like, you don't need to remake 5 and 6. After this, I'm like, remake 5 and 6.
Oh,
please. Remake 5. Go. I mean,
no.
Yes,
no.
bro.
Dude, you see, this is crazy because I feel like I'm insane, right?
Really?
Because everyone, yeah, I feel like I'm insane because everyone else is like besides themselves with how great this is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was great.
Yes,
I enjoyed it a lot, but it's just not my favorite Resident Evil.
That's fine.
It wasn't originally, and it's still not. I think Resident Evil 7's better. I think Resident Evil 8's better, and Resident Evil 2 Remake's better. And it was great and a lot of fun, but like everyone's talking about it like it's a second coming, and I'm like,
because it is.
Man,
Am
I crazy? Am I crazy?
No, you're not. It's just. I think you prefer maybe the slower horror focus. And look, I'll be right with you. I love Resident Evil 7 as much as you. My favorite Resident Evils were 2 and 4. So when they both got remade, I was in heaven. I was like, two of my favorite. Resident Evil 4 is one of my favorite games ever. So, like, the fact that they did this justice and did it better than I ever possibly could imagine, I was sitting there, I was like, bro, they've knocked it out of the park with 2 and the 4 remake. 3 was okay. It wasn't, like, as good as the other ones. And I'm sitting here playing this, and I was like, yeah, let them remake Resident Evil 5. I mean, even some of the ending, like, if you watch the ending, it sort of kind of does point to Resident Evil 5 remake is next.
Yes.
I mean, come on. Like, if you're going to do 4, you might as well... I don't necessarily know... Because 6 is not a good game. So they would actually have to make a new game to make 6 really good. Because 6 is a horrible, horrible Resident Evil game and just a horrible game in general. But Resident Evil 5 was really good. But I get what you're saying because 7 and 8 are more survival horror. They're less action-y. 2 is definitely survival horror. And Resident Evil 4... is more action focused. Although it's there has a lot of tension, Jez. They don't give you a lot of ammo. You have the knife and it breaks. And normally, I would be hating on weapon degradation. I do not like when things break and you have to repair them. But I feel it works perfectly in Resident Evil. And it adds to the tension of the game because you're always going into new areas with a bunch of enemies, but you don't have. I was like, I only got 20 bullets on my handgun and 5 shotgun shells and only a couple rifle bullets. Am I going to have enough to beat this next boss or in this next area? You're like, oh, damn, I only got this single knife. But
are you talking about Resident Evil 4?
Yeah, I'm talking about 4, right?
What?
Yeah.
Dude, I had like... did you play on hardcore? Because normal mode ain't like that. In normal mode, I had more bullets than I knew what to do with.
No,
I was swimming in bullets, and I was just like, "This is Gears of War."
No, I played on standard, and for the up until about the island section, I was not swimming in bullets.
Dude, I was swimming in
when I did
bullets
the
the whole damn
island
time.
section, yeah, I was eventually swimming in bullets then, but for the village and the castle stuff, I was always like, I mean, sure, I had ammo, but it wasn't like I had 80, I had like 100 rounds or whatever. I was like, I only got like 30, right? And I don't have that much shotgun bullets, and I barely have any rifle ammo, so I definitely was conserving stuff. And then the knife factors in because you can only use the knife so many times before it snaps, which is the right thing to do because you can stealth kill enemies in this one, and obviously stealth killing a bunch of enemies kind of defeats the purpose, and you can parry every attack. So if you had a knife that could essentially parry every attack and stealth kill all the enemies, that would kind of take some of the tension out of a survival horror action game. So I understand why they basically made it so it could break. Although eventually I found all the castellan, so I was able to get the primal knife, which when you fully upgrade it, Jez, never breaks. So as soon as I finished Resident Evil 4, my first run, I did a Resident Evil 4 run on assisted difficulty, knife and handgun only. And that was a lot of fun. Beat that. Then I bought the Infinite Rocket Launcher, and I beat Professional with Infinite Rocket Launcher in 3 hours. And I just had a blast going through, just destroying all the bosses in one hit, destroying every enemy in one hit. It was just like, basically, I started at 8 o'clock one night, and I was done by 11. It was 3 hours, and I finished the game, when the game first took me 19 hours to beat. Oh, man.
I do love that about Resident Evil, but, I mean, it's a great game. It really is. It's not my Resident Evil, man. And, like, you talk about Resident Evil 5, like, that's even... I'm getting this feeling that I had last time when it came out on the GameCube. I was like, man, this is going really actiony now. Mm-hmm. And Resident Evil 5 went even more actiony. And then they ended up basically killing the franchise for 5 years, you know. And we got like Resident Evil Revelations 2, which was low budget as hell. And the story went completely insane. Like before, there was like enough gray space that and mystery that like they didn't have to explain everything, you know. It was okay. It was like, yeah, it's science bullshit, whatever. But then they start trying to explain everything, and then we get all the Dragon Ball Z stuff, and it went from being a serious sort of game to being like a crazy, you know, ridiculous B movie, you know. And it was always, you know, had that DNA. But they just went way too far with it for me, and it started becoming a parody of itself. And I already saw it parodying itself in Resident Evil 4 in the remake, sure. Because they make a joke about, you know, Master of Unlocking dialogue,
yeah,
you know, and they did that in Resident Evil Revelations 2 as well, and a bunch of the other games. And it's just like, yeah, that's super cute, man. It's super cute. I just wish they'd take it a bit more seriously because I take it seriously.
Yeah, but I mean, you can have both, bro. We had the remakes alongside 7 and 8. Like, they essentially are doing the remakes of the older ones and then the new ones. So I'm sure they'll remake Resident Evil 5, and then there'll be a Resident Evil 9. I don't know if it'll be first person, but that's the way it seems like it's going to be going.
Yeah, I think I wanted them to take more creative liberties with it. I kind of felt like Resident Evil 8 was kind of like, it was ridiculous too, you know, and it did have Dragon Ball Z stuff as well, you know, but at the same time, it had a lot of survival horror in it as well. It was almost like what they wanted to do with Resident Evil 6 originally, where it was like cater to the different styles, but executed far better. Like that's the kind of what I felt like from Resident Evil 8. And like it felt like a homage to the loads of different games, but in a really good way. But man, I just really don't want them to see what, like, because I know Resident Evil 4 is going to do really well because it is
4 million in 2 weeks, I believe, is what they sold. I think they announced that yesterday.
Okay. It's going to do really well. It's a great game, and it should do really well. It deserves to do well because it is a great game. It's a great action game though, and I'm just scared. You know, even though I personally reviewed it, I gave it a really good score because objectively, it's a great game. It's a great action game. You cannot take that away from it. But as a Resident Evil fanboy, you know, of the old school Resident Evils, we're switching between facts-based Jez, who reviewed the game, and now we're on feelings-based Jez. who's a fanboy of old school Resident Evil, and I don't want them to see the sales results from Resident Evil 4 and be like, oh, we should make them all action oriented, you know, because the franchise will lose its identity again, and then we'll go through this insane cycle again of them killing the franchise by making it lose its identity, by doubling down on the action and throwing the horror out the window. You know, just a bit nervous, Rand. A little bit nervous.
Okay, I mean, I understand. I'm just saying right now, I'm in love with Resident Evil 4 Remake. It's currently my favorite game of the year, although I might have to get... just because it is a remake and you had the Blueprint masterpiece already, it's like Hi-Fi Rush is probably number one. But God, did I enjoy every single second of Remake. I loved it so much. But let's see. We have your poll here, Jez. We have 625 votes. Will Jez beat Persona 5? 21% say yes, and 79% have absolutely no faith in you whatsoever.
That's mean, bro.
Yeah. That is very, very mean. But I mean, hey, you're playing a bunch of stuff you can't talk about. I'm also playing a game that I can't talk about either. The whole bunch of games are about to come out, whether it's Dead Island 2, Ghostwire Tokyo, Jedi Survivor, Redfall. You know, if you're on the Nintendo Switch, the new Zelda game, Final Fantasy 16, Diablo 4, Street Fighter 6. I mean, there's a lot of games coming out. And the thing is, I know how much you are going to get drawn into Diablo. So if you don't beat Persona by the time Diablo comes out, you are never beating Persona.
Dude, I'm like, yeah, I'm
you don't have
when
that
Diablo
much time.
Comes out, I already know Diablo's my game of the year.
Oh,
I already know
of course.
Like,
you're biased. You're so biased.
Bro, there's no bias.
You're incredibly biased.
Jez, bro. That's facts-based, Jez.
You definitely should not be reviewing Diablo 4 on Windows Central, because you can already write the review right now. It's a 5 out of 5.
I will literally write a Diablo 5 review. Some outlets have done it, you know. They reviewed the beta and gave it a score.
Yeah,
I was like,
that is true.
I was like, man, should I have done that? But yeah, I don't think I'll be reviewing Diablo. I can't be objective about it. Well, to be honest, I can be. I review World of Warcraft expansions. You know, I gave the one before this expansion. I gave it. What did I give it? I gave it 7 out of 10. You know, which is painful to do when you love something, but it just wasn't good. You know, so like sometimes I think I can often be even more critical. I think, when it comes to some of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and please subscribe if you're new. We have a super chat here from John TJ who says, Jez, Chris Farley is the bus driver and Billy Madison in the Adam Sandler movie. So people are kind of upset that you don't know who the hell he is, you know?
I'd probably recognize him, like, if I actually...
you should probably just Google him. We have Achievement saying, if you had to guess today who would take over ABK today, who is it? Matt Booty and Sarah take over Xbox Game Studios? I don't think Matt Booty's taking over anything. I mean, he's got his hands full running Xbox Game Studios. I mean, I guess there's the possibility that Sarah could take over ABK, but I think they'd probably want somebody who knows the ins and outs of everything there, and maybe they'd want to promote internally. Like, Sarah would come in, but she wouldn't really have any rapport with the Blizzard studios or the Call of Duty studios or Candy Crush. In a perfect world, you probably would want Bobby Kotick to stick around to like train somebody to be the next CEO and then leave. But I guess even there's that possibility, right, where maybe Kotick sticks around and then eventually leaves. But I think that's such a PR disaster for Xbox and Microsoft in waiting that like they have to get rid of Kotick immediately. So I don't know if it really makes a lot of sense to install somebody from Xbox to run ABK initially. So it's probably somebody from internally high up at ABK anyways that would get the position. And then maybe, have somebody under his, I don't know, maybe train somebody under his wing. But I just don't think you just install somebody from Xbox and puts them in control of, because Microsoft's going to have their hands full with ABK. Yes. Like all those problems that company has, they're not going to just disappear overnight once the merger is complete. It's going to take a long time to integrate them. It's going to take a long time to clean up everything that's wrong with it. And even still, it's large corporations. Those things take a long time. So it's not going to be an overnight accomplishment. And I think you probably need somebody within Activision that knows everything to run that company that then reports to Phil. I don't know if that person is Mike Ybarra or not, but probably not. Maybe it's somebody else.
Maybe it is. I mean, is that what you... I don't know, man. I mean, Blizzard's just doing really good right now. I don't know who you thank for that, Part of me's like, when you're looking at least World of Warcraft, the reason I feel like it's doing a lot better is because of the competition they had from Final Fantasy 14. Like, there was that last summer, Final Fantasy 14 totally blew up, and you had like all the big major influencers of Warcraft playing Final Fantasy 14, blah 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 blah. And I can't help but feel like Blizzard saw that and like, oh shit, maybe we should actually, try. Or like maybe we should invest a little bit more money or something, and they've got more devs or something. I don't know what happened, but something has changed. And you see like, Overwatch popping off, and Diablo 4 is like a level of quality that I've never really seen Blizzard hit before. Graphically, it's just gorgeous, so detailed, because they don't usually do photorealism, do they? They usually go for like stylized art.
Very, very stylized. Aren't people like loving the new character or like for Overwatch 2?
I haven't tried. I don't
mean loving, but like loving the look before you could play him. Like, wasn't people like, oh, like heads over heels over the character or something?
I haven't really looked at the discourse around the character, but there's a lot of concern that he's going to be overpowered because he's got an ability where you can pull your teammates. So like you'll be able to troll your own team by pulling them off the cliff and stuff like that, So there's some concerns about that, but I don't know. But they're doing really well right now, and how much of that is Mike? How much of that is Activision being like, oh shit, we got competition from Final Fantasy, we got competition from Counter-Strike and Valorant now on the shooter side. Like CS:GO is absolutely on fire right now.
And CS:GO 2 is about to come out, right?
Yeah, like Valve is making money hand over fist with that shit, and you got to think a lot of these companies are probably looking at the skins market in CS:GO and being like, man, we should get in on some of that action.
Them skins,
but yeah, it's I don't know. It's interesting to think about who administratively will be running the show later on, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
We have one here from Straw Hats who says, anyone else laugh with the announcement of another sequel trilogy movie? I'm so checked out on the franchise, I don't even want to play Fallen Order. I did see that Star Wars Celebration is today, and I did see the announcement that Rey's coming back for a movie set 15 years after the end of the Rise of the Skywalker and stuff. So
hang on, it's a new trilogy with Rey?
No, it's not a trilogy. It's a single movie. At least that's what it sounds like.
Making it?
They announced the director. Yes, I don't know off the top of my head what that person's done.
I don't want to get too much into this because it's not really to do with Xbox. But man, I kind of don't. A lot of people hate Rey as a character. I don't hate Rey as a character. I hate what they decided to do with the direction of her character. I think the actress did a really good job, Daisy Ridley and stuff. I think she, but it's the direction that they took that story arc in. So it was like one director took it one way, and then J.J. Abrams brought it back and brought it another way. Like it was just, they just didn't know what they were doing, man. They needed a plan going in from the get go, but they didn't, and now it's a mess. So maybe a new movie with a good director with good writing can maybe save it a little bit, kind of like the Clone Wars did for the prequel trilogy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too optimistic here, but
yeah, we have our buddy Sin Vendetta who says, Rand, how you have the time to play and beat the amount of games that you do is crazy. I barely enough time to play 2 to 3 games a year. I'm still working on beating Hogwarts Legacy. Also remake Code Veronica. And Treybone says, are we turning into the Sony community asking for nothing but remakes? No, because like it'd be a different story if Capcom only the only things they were making for Resident Evil were remakes. But when you look at what they've done, Resident Evil 7 in 2017, and then Resident Evil 2 remake and in 2019, Resident Evil 3 remake in 2020, Resident Evil 8 in 2021, now Resident Evil 4 remake in 2023. I mean, we're also getting new games in the franchise. It's not just the remakes, but I mean, people want the remakes, as you can tell. I mean, 4 million in 3 weeks is nothing to sneeze at these days. So
you have to remember as well, it's a separate team doing the remakes. They've got one team doing the mainline games, and then a separate team doing the remakes. And I think that's a little bit why they're not really taking any liberties with the remakes. Because I was thinking like they'd maybe remake Resident Evil 4 and sort of change the direction of the story a little bit, so we don't end up with Dragon Ball Z stuff again. But I kind of feel like the remake team doesn't want to take too many liberties with the story or something. I don't know. I would have liked them to have pulled some of that stuff back a bit, but you know, I know it's controversial, and some people really like that aspect of Resident Evil or whatever, but
But here we got a spicy super. Well, it's not a spicy super chat, but it's going to lead to a spicy topic. Jay, he says, Jez, you're cool, but I disagree with you and MVG about Xbox and Square games. How can they sell if they never come to the platform? So I guess this will just transition cleanly into Square skipping the Xbox platform with the Final Fantasy Crystal remasters, which is I think 1 through 6. You posted how it's a big miss. And your tweet got a lot of engagement, including MVG saying that like it's probably a business decision. A lot of people are saying, well, of course they don't come to Xbox because Xbox fans don't buy JRPGs or what have you, right? And Square's just doing a business decision. Although you seem to suggest that it's more than a business decision, right? What's up with this? What's going on?
Yeah, man, I'm not gonna report on this until I've got more sources. But from what I understand, there is a bad blood. There's a degraded relationship between Square Enix and Microsoft, and that's the reason why these things are happening. It's not a case of like, oh, Square Enix won't make any money. But the suggestion that they won't make a return on investment on some mobile ports, which they've put on the fucking Amazon Kindle shop.
Bro, we gotta watch out with those F words, bro. We don't get the podcast demonetized. Like,
oh, sorry, man. Sorry, man. Yeah. What are you talking about? I said,
yeah,
fluffing,
freaking, yes.
Yes. So maybe if Google's listening, it was not an F-bomb. I said fluffing. So these fluffing ideas that they're not putting their games on there because they won't get a return on investment are ridiculous to me, because the ports are already done. It's not like they're porting a full-blown 3D game with unique, platform integrations. They've just got to slap the achievement API on there, export it for Xbox, and jobs are good in. I mean, yeah, it's not that simple, but it's not as if they won't get a return on investment. The work to port those games is already done. They've ported it to x86. That they don't need to do much more. A lot of it's just like, APIs they've got to swap over and stuff like that. So the suggestion that they won't get return on investment it's just not a good one. It's not a good suggestion. In speaking in completely real and honest terms. But that being said, a lot of people immediately took offense, and there was some dude who's like, "Oh my god, how dare you blame Square Enix for this?" I never, ever once blamed Square Enix for this. I never mentioned ever blaming Square Enix, not once. I don't know how people get that from what I said, but no, the blame for this, I think, is it's not cut and dry. It's complicated, and there are business aspects to it. Of course there is. Because money is the great equalizer at the end of the day, and Microsoft could probably fix it by throwing a bag at the situation. But then it becomes an issue of return on investment for Microsoft. Is it worth it for Microsoft to spend X amount of dollars to smooth over this relationship when they know the games won't sell however much money would fix the relationship? And that's just me being hypothetical now, because honestly I'm still waiting to get, I really want to get maybe 2 or 3 really good sources on what I've heard before I pull the trigger on this kind of reporting, because it is it is.
It's incendiary.
It's incendiary. It's
I mean,
complicated.
you're basically suggesting that a third-party publisher, one of the bigger third-party publishers, has fundamentally something wrong with one of the platform holders. That there's some I mean, that would be big news, right? If
It would be big news.
and you'd have to be like, what's the problem, right? Like, where's the issue lie? I know I've seen people suggest Microsoft should drop the bag, as you suggested, but the problem with that is, if you drop the bag for that, and they're always going to want the bag to be dropped. And once you take it away, they're going to be like, well, you used to pay for all this stuff. We still want you to pay for it. Microsoft going to be like, no. So they're like, well, we're not doing it. And then if other people hear about it, then they're going to want Microsoft to drop the bag. And there's only so much.
Exactly.
I know everybody thinks Microsoft has this infinite bank account, which isn't the case. But it's like, once you start throwing money around to pay for ports, those people are always going to expect that to happen. And they get used for the ports to be paid for, or at least, like you had reports that Stadia was paying Ubisoft tens of millions of dollars to put the Assassin's Creed games on there, right? Like, at some point, it's like, okay, well, we'll do that because you're paying us to. But once you stop doing that, why should we anymore, right?
Exactly.
So it's like, it's not something that you can do perpetually.
Forever.
So it's kind of like, where do we meet here? And maybe the solution is just to buy Square Enix. Yeah, I said it. What's up? Buy Square Enix. You can smooth it. Remember how Phil Spencer says, "Oh, we got some problems with ABK and we're rectifying the situation." You know how Phil rectified that situation? By buying ABK. You know how Phil could rectify this situation? By buying Square Enix.
I honestly would not be surprised if that is the next target, to be honest.
Yeah.
They've already started. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They've already started putting out the groundwork, mentioning the Japan's Fair Trade Commission, saying they're not doing a good job of supporting foreign investment, which is problematic when America and Japan are trying to cut this big trade deal. And one proviso of this big trade deal they're trying to cut is this whole this idea of a level playing field for digital services, right? One way you can make a level playing field for digital services is let Microsoft buy one of the biggest video game publishers out there, And I can't help but feel like Microsoft has specifically started talking about this because they are looking at Japan for their next big acquisition. Maybe Square Enix will be that, But as of right now, I think that is ultimately the ultimate contention here is there's a figure that could fix things. But is it worth it for Microsoft? And also, does Microsoft want to start training publishers to, expect to be paid for what is basic access? At the end of the day. That's definitely part of it. But the fact that they've got to pay a little bit more, maybe than they would have than they'd like to fix that or whatever. That is part of the reporting that I'm working on, and maybe it'll come to nothing, but I don't want to. This is one thing that I do not want to get wrong. I've seen other outlets and newspapers put things out there that have been completely wrong because they couldn't resist. They couldn't resist it. They had like a couple of good sources maybe, and they just couldn't resist putting it out there because they knew it'd get so many clicks. I don't want to do that.
You need to talk.
I don't need to do that.
You need to hit up. You need to hit up the Grub. The Grub knows all.
The Grub knows all.
Yeah. And then, like you mentioned, U.S. members.
I tell Grub, man, he might scoop me.
Yeah, he very well could. Accusing Sony of blatant anti-competitive practices in Japan. That was kind of out of nowhere, wasn't it? So, it is weird because Satya had talked about it, hey, maybe somebody should look into these things that are happening in Japan where we don't have a presence, and suddenly now you have, Washington senators or House members. Like, what do you think that's all about, realistically? Is anything actually going to come out of it? I know it's about, like, the trade talks between U.S. and Japan, and as soon as that happened, like, literally the next day, Japan approved the ABK deal. I don't know if that's coincidence or not, but,
Yeah, it probably isn't coincidence, but, it probably is coincidence, rather. But I think, like... Yeah, I honestly think like part of it's tit for tat. Like Microsoft's like, well, you fuck with our business. Oh, damn, I've done it again. This show's definitely getting demonetized. You fluff with our business. I'll fluff with your business. But part of it probably is laying the groundwork for their inroads in acquiring a Japanese publisher. It's probably like, well, if we want to acquire a Japanese publisher, we need XYZ support from regulators. We need Japanese Fair Trade Commission on side. And, part of that is going to be this political wrangling stuff and getting the deal through with this big trade deal and leveraging that politically, because it is going to be a political thing. There's always been these rumors that you can't buy a Western company cannot buy a Japanese studio
Yes.
or a Japanese company. That's not true, but it is difficult, and part of it's difficult because of things like trade deals and protectionism and politics, and it is difficult, but it's not impossible. As such, the one thing I have heard is that Brad Smith of Microsoft fame, Microsoft's president, he's they often joke at Microsoft that he should have been a politician because that is what his job is basically. He's Microsoft's politician. He knows how to do all that stuff, that political stuff that you need to do if you're a big multinational company where you've got hundreds of thousands of employees. Your business operations has a significant impact on national GDP. Essentially, that's what Microsoft is. That's the scale Microsoft operates on. Trillions of dollars is a hell of a lot of money, and you can bet your ass that there are political ramifications for everything that Microsoft does. And for that end, you need people like Brad Smith who can operate in that arena, that sort of political arena. And I'm sure some of this stuff with, talking about Japanese Fair Trade Commission, that's setting the groundwork for a wider push to get Xbox on the map in Japan. Xbox is in it to win it, man. They are in it to win it. They are not taking any of this stuff lying down. But they're in a situation now where they're so far behind on the console footprint that the only way they can continue to compete now is by changing the industry. They need to change the industry to get involved, and compete on that sort of high level. To change the industry, they're doing it by going cloud, mobile, but also just buying IP, because if they try to curate their own IP, and I always see this argument these days, like, oh, why doesn't Microsoft just make its own IP? Why doesn't it make its own The Last of Us or whatever, and all these other stuff? Why doesn't it make its own Call of Duty? We're not in a situation anymore where that's easy to do. Non-stop, you see service games come and go, come and die. Microsoft's had their own service games come and die. Bleeding Edge, for example. It's not easy to pull people away from what they know. And there are even stuff like Titanfall, which was amazing. Even that is pretty much dead. And that was made by EA and the team and Respawn, who pretty much do no wrong, and they couldn't even make Titanfall competitive against Call of Duty. So you're trying to ask Xbox to do that. It's just not easy. They're screwed up Halo. So at this point, it's kind of like if they're in it to win it, they kind of need to be proactive in how can they change the rules of the game, and that's pretty much what they're doing right now. And they're in it to win it. I'm saying this is what they need to do. They're not taking any of this stuff lying down.
I don't know if you looked on Twitter, but even Steinekin is amazed that you don't know who Chris Farley is. And MVG. There's a whole thread about it already, Jez.
Man, I'd probably know him if I saw his face.
Yeah,
but are there any Brits there defending me?
I mean, you'd have to look.
They don't air SNL in Britain, as far as I know. I don't think they do. I don't know. I'm gonna Bing it right now. I don't Google. Google's evil.
Google's evil. So yeah, who knows what's gonna happen with the whole Square situation? I know Sony's investing a lot of money in the whole Final Fantasy stuff, but sounds like might be bad blood between Xbox and Square. Maybe that gets settled at some point. Maybe it doesn't. But moving on from that, we need to talk about Jeez, what do we want to talk about? You know what? Let's talk about this.
I don't know him.
Yeah, have you Googled his picture?
Yeah, I don't know him. I
don't
even
know Chris Farley. Are you kidding me?
No, dude, I've never seen him. What movies is he in?
What movie? I mean, Black Sheep, Tommy Boy. He was in a whole bunch of Adam Sandler stuff. He was in Saturday Night Live forever. How do you not know?
You don't have Saturday Night Live, man. We have our own cool ass TV show.
I'm literally stunned right now. Stunned.
Well, I've seen Wayne's World.
So you've seen him? Because I'm pretty sure.
I must have done. I've seen Wayne's World, so I must have seen him in there.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. We have.
I haven't seen any of these other movies though. Oh, okay. The Cable Guy was originally intended for Farley, but scheduling conflicts forced him to decline. So I've seen The Cable Guy.
Okay.
Dude, I haven't seen any of these movies, man.
Jesus. Help me, Lord. My podcast partner, I don't know what's going on anymore. Himnashu, he says, Rand, you haven't played Demon's Souls Remake? I have played the Demon's Souls Remake. I mean, I didn't really play it like I should have. I played it in co-op with Luca, which was a great time. But yeah, I didn't play it solo, but I have played Demon. But I mean, I didn't play the Demon's Souls originally, so I really had no frame of reference for it, and I'm not the biggest fan of Dark Souls. Well, I say that now, even though I love Elden Ring, and I love Sekiro, and I enjoyed my time with Wolong, and you know, maybe I was just in the wrong place, wrong time for the first time I played Dark Souls, I guess. I don't know. Heinlander says Mike Ybarra should run ABK. Maybe he will. I mean, like Jess says, it seems like he's maybe doing a good job with Blizzard, with them coming back. What else?
Chris Farley inspired the ogre dance in World of Warcraft. Oh man,
you should know it.
Damn, he must be famous if he's got it dance in Warcraft.
Big Froman says, Jez, did you hint earlier at Xbox also be a problem with Square Enix games skipping Xbox? That we just talked about that, so yeah. Leaky Hum says, in it to win it, laughing my ass off, sure, Jez. Too much kumbaya. See, that's the whole thing about how, they want Xbox to be ruthless. You know what I mean? That there's too much.
Well, honestly,
kumbaya,
I think
going on.
I think you're getting ruthless. Now that Brad Smith's involved, you're getting ruthless, man. You are gonna see ruthless. Now Brad Smith's involved. Not only is he involved, he's passionately involved. Okay, so that's the direction this shit is going in. I swear again, this is so demonetized. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you better be.
Guys, Rand ain't eating this week because
I guess not.
Demonetized now.
Yeah. They send all the super chats to make up for it all, I guess. Leaky says Microsoft has to make their own JRPGs to cultivate audience. I mean, yeah, if you want to build an audience in Japan, you're going to have to make games the Japanese audience wants to play. They tried doing that with the 360 with Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey, and some other stuff, and it worked better than the OG Xbox, but not enough to really make a dent in Nintendo or PlayStation. And then they abandoned that because the Xbox One was essentially a disaster. They kind of abandoned Japan and and then you're in a situation where like a lot of Japanese games don't come, and now you're in a better position, and you still run into situations where some games come and some games don't, and you're wondering like what the deal is. Is this strictly business or is there something else? And you have these questions. So Big Ferment says, Rand, what would you like more, Pokemon to come to Xbox or Scalebound coming back? And we got our weekly Scalebound question. I mean, clearly Scalebound coming back. I mean, if Pokemon came to Xbox, that just tarnishes the brand. It poisons Xbox in my eyes.
Bro.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Pokemon on cloud would be so sick.
Pokemon would basically ruin Xbox. Big Ferment says Jez only knows comedians like Mr. Bean. I mean, I guess that's the case, yeah.
Mr. Bean. His actor's name is Rowan Atkinson, I'll have you know.
Rowan Atkinson. Let's talk about some leakages, Jez. There's some interesting leaks that are going on. One of them being something that we've talked about quite a bit on the podcast. You've written articles about. But it sounds like we're going to have a new SSD storage expansion solution. Because right now, if you want to get a storage expansion for your Xbox Series X or S, you only have one manufacturer to go to, and it's Seagate. And they have a 512 gigabyte solution. I don't know the price off the top of my head. Their 1 terabyte solution.
$190, I think.
It's 190 or 109.
190, bro.
No, it can't be that much because the
2
1
terabyte?
the 1 terabyte solution's 220 is the normal price. There's no way 512 is 190.
Oh, 512?
Yeah.
No. Not 512. So the 1 terabyte is 190.
The 1 terabyte I think is normal price 220. It might be on sale now for 190. And then
it's on sale.
2 terabyte is like $400. It's $100 more expensive than the Series X. And people are just fed up with the pricing on these SSDs because people thought price would come down over time. More, Jason Ronald had said on, I think even Iron Lord's podcast, that there'd be more companies coming in, and there hasn't been, so the prices have stayed really high. All the while, Sony had their M.2 solution where customers can choose their own, and because of all the different competing manufacturers, the prices of those storage solutions, the SSD sticks, have dropped drastically. You can get basically 4 terabytes of solution for basically what would be the price of almost like the 1 terabyte card. So what happened was, I think it went up early on Best Buy. There's pictures and everything. Western Digital, I believe is the company's name. They are looks like I would imagine there was an exclusive contract with Seagate for X amount of years. Probably over now. Well, you said it's over, or it was, so it's over. And now we have another company coming in, hopefully more than one, and they're going to be offering There isn't, so it's just Western Digital. Well, you seem to know it, so why don't you? So tell us what you know. Enough of me setting this up. Basically, it was on the Best Buy page. They're going to sell it for $180 for 1 terabyte. Jez says he knows there was a contract. It's over. Jez also says this is the only other company coming in, at least currently. So what do you know about it, Jez?
Have they not officially announced it?
No, they haven't. They have not announced it.
I thought they would have announced that. Okay, yeah. So it is real. Obviously, it's real. The renders are pretty blatantly real. The reason I guess Microsoft hasn't mentioned it at all or just gone ahead with it is because they still are under contract with Seagate to not mention the fact that there's another SSD solution coming. But clearly there is, and clearly it's Western Digital. And yeah, I did kind of know that this was going to happen. I did kind of know it was going to be WD. Like their gaming brand, they call it WD Black, I think. WD_Black is like their gamer SSD brand or whatever. It's literally just the same SSDs they sell, but sexier, I guess. So yeah, this is obviously coming in, and it's not going to be significantly cheaper. I think the price cut we're seeing right now on the Seagate drives, the $190. I think that's a preemptive price cut ahead of Western Digital dropping theirs. I think it's it's going to be a permanent price cut probably. At the end of the day, the reason these devices are so expensive is because of CF Express. That Microsoft opted for the simplicity that comes with CF Express. Literally, just plug and play. The SSD standard is typically used with high-end cameras, from what I understand. It's because it's super fast and it has a level of reliability that should be most cheap M.2 drives. Apparently, I haven't been able to test that, but I'm sure the difference is probably negligible in reality. But yeah, that's just the way it is. I don't think the prices on these things is going to come down in any meaningful way because it's so niche. It's so niche, and because demand is going to be low, it's going to keep prices high. The reason the M.2 drives have come down in price so much over the last few years is because the supply is bigger than the demand, and because everyone's got them and they're everywhere and they're used for everything, so that's it. It's just the way it is, yeah, I think that's pretty much all you can say about it, really. I don't think the price is going to come down any further than $180 for 1 terabyte. The real question I'm interested in, Rand, is will Microsoft continue using them next gen? Because it's kind of like, wow, you spend $400 on a 2 terabyte drive and then you can't use it on the next gen.
Yeah,
kind of crappy, right?
I mean, I wonder if they sort of kind of locked themselves into it with everything, with their whole. They want everything to be back compat. I mean, this gen they even basically said, hey, you can use your old controllers on the new consoles. So yeah, maybe I don't know. That's an interesting question because I'm sure they're already talking about next gen consoles. I mean, at least according to the FTC, they know the code name of the next gen ecosystem of like the consoles and cloud and all that stuff. And I think you even mentioned that you might even know that code name, which anybody from Xbox listening, Jez hasn't told me it. I don't know. He won't share. Don't be mad at me if and anybody at Xbox listening. I'm always the good angel on Jez's shoulder. Anytime he tells me his info, he wants to leak. I always tell Jez, I don't know if you should leak this stuff. So don't be mad. Don't be mad at Randall Thor 19. I'm always trying to be the good one here.
Rand.
Yeah,
Rand.
Look at him go. Because I know everybody at Xbox doesn't like me anyways, but whatever.
I've got a bunch of code names and I don't know what they're for. So it could be for the next gen hardware, it could be for a server or something. I don't know.
But we know it exists because the FTC wants it and they redacted it. So the FTC knows the code name. We know that they're working on the consoles. The question is, is it, when are they coming? What's it going to be? Are they going to do the two high-end, low-end again? What's their cloud solution going to look like? There's even questions like Tom Henderson is still all saying, hey, PS4 Pro coming end of 2024. Is Xbox going to do a mid-gen upgrade? We talked about that recently. A lot of people, and we asked our audience, a lot of people see there's no reason for a mid-gen upgrade yet. It does feel like the gen just started, But I'm like one of those people are like, give me a mid-gen upgrade. I always play an Xbox every single day. I'll buy new hardware in a couple of years. I'm 100% down for it. So there's a lot going on that we don't know about. Also, yep. I mean, Tom, since we're talking about Tom, I guess talk about handhelds, Jez.
He's been Tom's been
really, yeah. Because you have talked about Xbox handhelds in the past, about if Xbox would ever do one. Everybody loves the Steam Deck. The Logitech G Cloud is out, and you can play on that. And Asus just announced their Steam Deck competitor,
Asus?
Right? Or whatever their name is. I don't even know.
Is that how you pronounce that?
I don't know.
I'll call them.
How do you pronounce it? But I don't watch tech videos like that. Are they called Asus? Or they? How do you say it? Is it something different?
I call them Asus.
Asus? I mean, maybe that's how you say it. I don't know.
I don't know. I just like saying sauce.
I mean, they even came out and they're doing a really more expensive one. I think there's 2 versions, whatever. Shout out to Fonz in the chat. One like $8.90. Well, leaked information. Like one might be $8.99. One might be, I forget the other one. But seems like handhelds are back in vogue. Even though Switch was doing so well for so long, it seems like the Steam Deck has reignited people's passions about mobile gaming. And even though Microsoft with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, you can stream your games, you can cloud game, you can play all the games on Game Pass on your mobile phones or on your PC and even some of the TVs, you can't stream your entire own game library yet. That's still supposed to come. But there's been a lot of talk that Microsoft should make a dedicated handheld. And a lot of people were like, hey, PlayStation, you need to come out with a dedicated handheld, a Vita 2. And at least according to Tom's reporting, they are making a handheld, but it's not what people really want. It's called the Q-Lite, at least that's his code name. And it's entirely based around remote play. Supposed to come out before the PS5 Pro. And, it requires an online connection, requires the PS5 to own. A lot of people aren't happy about this, but I was going to kind of flip it around and ask you, Jez, about like Xbox's potential handheld solution. Are they just going to partner with these third parties like Logitech and others to do the handheld stuff, or do you still think, because I believe you're on record saying that you do think Xbox will release their own handheld at some point, yes?
I think they will, and I think it could be like Sony's. I think it could be just a purely remote situation, and maybe with the Xbox Game Pass app built in, it's not going to be native. I think the idea of Sony or Microsoft making a native console, handheld console SKU is completely unlikely right now. Because you're asking devs to build for another console, and it's kind of like, does there exist another, is there room in the market for another native handheld? You got the Steam Deck, which is basically PC, and you've got all these other third parties coming in. You got Nintendo. It sort of adds a lot of complication, and I think for Microsoft, it probably just makes a lot more sense to go in and make some kind of cloud thing. That being said, it bugs me.
Does it?
Because it bugs me. Because one thing I noticed when I was traveling this past week, we went on. Oh man, we were on trains for 10 hours to get to where we were going. So we were on trains for 10 hours. A lot of kids on this train because it's Easter break here. You think you guys call it spring break or whatever. So there's a lot of kids, going on little mini breaks, little vacations, stuff like that. So many switches on these trains, man. So many switches. Kids ain't playing on phones. They ain't even playing on iPads. They're all playing on the Nintendo bloody Switch, And I just can't help but sit there thinking, like, man, Sony and Microsoft really don't want a part of this. They don't want a piece of this, business. That real, because there's so much potential there, And I keep thinking about like all the indie games that, Xbox keeps touting that would run on lower end hardware. And you've got some of the pieces in play. You've got like, you've got Snapdragon mobile chips. You've got Nvidia mobile chips. You could make I don't know if Nintendo has some kind of exclusivity deal with Nvidia's, the chip they make for the Switch or whatever. I don't know how that works. But like you could make these handheld, and increasingly, PC devs are doing it as well. They're realizing there's enough indie games or, highly optimized retro style graphic games that will run on a mobile chip, or a lower end, APU or CPU, GPU, whatever you want to call them. And if you do that stuff, you could potentially make a lot of money. And it makes more sense for Sony and Microsoft potentially because they can also take the 30% cut. If you're Asus, whatever you want to call them, you're not making any money on that, on the software sold. You're only making money on the hardware, which is why Asus's thingy-mabob is going to be probably pretty expensive. And it's why, like, the Razer one was pretty expensive as well, is because Google's making all the money on the software stuff. Razer does not sell any software, so it has to make money on the hardware, And the Logitech G Cloud as well, people saying that's expensive for what it is, and it's like, well, yeah, I mean, there's no attach rate for them for the software. It's all hardware, so they have to make profit somewhere, at the end of the day. Whereas Microsoft and Sony, they would be making profit on the software. So again, I'm just kind of thinking, man, do they really not want a piece of this? But I don't know. Maybe it's just too complicated. Maybe the Microsoft's angle will probably just be to make a handheld Windows machine, I guess. But then if you're Microsoft, it's kind of like, well, we can just let Asus and the rest of them do it for us, But I just feel like Microsoft could do it better, man. I feel like all third-party controllers, they're just not as good as Microsoft's. And Microsoft just they won't sort of I don't know. They won't cut any corners. And I feel like when you're a hardware manufacturer like Asus and you've got to make money on the hardware, you can't over budget on the hardware because you've got to make all your money on the hardware. So, but whereas Microsoft and Sony, they could sell those consoles at cost, basically, because they're going to make money on the software sold. And I don't know if that's a factor in why some of these third-party devices just kind of suck, A lot of them just suck. They've got corners cut. and they don't feel good to use. The controllers and triggers are bad in some way, and there's all these kinds of like compromises. Whereas, like, with Xbox controllers and Xbox hardware and stuff, and PlayStation controllers, PlayStation hardware, there's fewer compromises, I would say. I don't know.
No, I mean, yeah. Look, I'm not really a mobile person, so like the idea of a mobile or a handheld from Xbox or PlayStation doesn't really do anything for me. Sony's thing of it being like remote play only and always online and essentially needing the PS5 is people see the Steam Deck and they want that. They want Sony to come out with a dedicated console that you can take games on the go, take your library or whatever, and just do whatever. Just play like you would the Switch or the Steam Deck. They don't want to be tethered to an online connection. Right? And with Xbox, it's like, yeah, you have Game Pass, you have all this cloud stuff, a handheld makes sense, but then a handheld also is like, if you actually build one that's native, that's going to raise the cost up, right? That's also then going to make developers, you're going to have to make another version of your game. So like PlayStation's like, right now you just need to make a PS5 version of the game, maybe a PS5 Pro, but if you had a native handheld, well then you'd have to make a third version essentially, and some people aren't going to want to do that, right? Xbox is sort of the same. Like Xbox right now, you've heard some devs grumble about Xbox Series S, right? Because they have to make Series S and Series X. If you added a native handheld and it wasn't just a Series S, because there's still some people out there pushing the idea that maybe let's turn a Series S into a handheld, which, I think
it's not possible.
Not possible, but there are still people like Special Nick who keeps on pushing it out there that, that's going to come eventually. Then you would have to make a third version, and some devs would be like, we don't got the time to really do this. Is anybody really going to buy this? But if you can just really, position a cheaper version of a handheld for cloud gaming, which I think is what Xbox would do, you don't need to sell millions of them to get your money back, right? Like, if you were to position a native device, you'd have to sell millions upon millions of them to make it worth it. But if it's just like an accessory, then maybe not. So I don't know. There is a market for it, it seems like. Or is there really? Because at least, I don't know. Like, I don't think Steam Deck sold 2 million units yet. And if that's been out for over, I think they just celebrated 1 million not that long ago. And I think it was like a year. But then again, I think you can only really buy it from Steam. So maybe there isn't really but then Nintendo shows that there is sort of a market for it. Someone had floated the idea to me, like, what if the future Xbox is a Switch-like hybrid? Like, what if Xbox Series XXX is a really what if it's a really powerful, you have your high-end console, but what if the low end is like the Switch, where it's a low end, but it's also a hybrid? So you could plug it into your TV and play it, or take it on the go, but then you still had the really high-end, powerful console, and you could have the best of both worlds. Someone floated that idea to me, and I was kind of like, I don't know what would be involved. It was at least interesting, where the person's like, they could get the best of both worlds. You can have a high-end console, then you could have a Switch-like hybrid as the low end, and as your native mobile device. And I was just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, it sounds interesting, just in that form, but
I like that idea.
I don't know if that's something they'd be looking at, but it's probably really complicated.
The future is definitely...
And you know what's incredibly complicated, Jez?
Sorry, go on.
Last of Us on PC. Apparently making PC games is incredibly complicated.
Yeah, I thought that whole situation was funny. Like, the same week that Sony was saying, like, well, Microsoft might degrade the different versions to promote their versions of a game, and they're out there doing it with their own games.
Like, wait a minute. You're talking about degradation, and you just released one of the worst PC ports of all time with some of the most incredible images and glitches and things ever seen? from a premier studio with
shocking.
a franchise that just had a TV show where people loved and it broke into the mainstream, and that's what you release? Man, I could imagine if that was Starfield. If Starfield came out and Starfield was in that shape on the PC, dude, like,
That'd be hell to pay.
bro, could you imagine that? Like, I know it's Last of Us remake and whatever, and there's the PC version coming out later, what have you, but like, I feel like Xbox would be literally like, to me, it almost seemed like this was more of a joke to everybody. This, like, to the media, it was all like, look at these funny images that The Last of Us has. It really seemed like a lot of people were just like, how could Sony sell this version? And they knew the version was bad. They didn't send down any review copies. So they had to have known internally that they were selling a horrible port of a game that people were going to spend, what, $50 or $60 for? Granted, you can get a refund, but it's like, I didn't really see a lot of people really kind of be like, how could you do this? Right? Where it kind of was mostly played off as jokes, and the PlayStation fans used it as a reason why you shouldn't make games for PC, why they should only make games for the PS5, even though Naughty Dog reaffirmed their commitment to actually develop PC games alongside PS5, and Factions more than likely will be a release on PC and PS5 day one. And I was just thinking, man, if Starfield launched, like, it launched on Xbox, and if it launched on PC, and you had that, like, Xbox would be literally, you'd have constant articles from every single website about how Xbox ruined Bethesda, Xbox ruined Starfield, how this is completely unacceptable. Am I wrong for thinking that?
No,
like, the responses,
the
responses would be completely different.
Well, this is, Sony just doesn't have that fan base on PC. Bethesda does. So Bethesda has this massive fan base on PC, and there'll be a lot of microscopes going on for that game. People being like, "Did Microsoft screw this up?" And I think part of that is the reason why they're spending so long sorting it out, because they don't want those narratives to exist. They don't want that controversy coming back to haunt Microsoft. Microsoft being blamed for issues and all that kind of stuff. They don't want that. That's why they've delayed it, rightfully so, to make it as polished as hell. Make it as polished as possible. I bet it wouldn't have been delayed past June if it wasn't exclusive. I think like they just would have been like, yeah, we'll post it a bit rough and then patch it up a little bit. Because that's just how AAA development seems to be these days. You shoot your game a little bit rough, patch it up later.
Yeah, I think if Bethesda wasn't acquired, I think they would release the game on 11/20/22 or 11/11/22 or whatever the date was. Was it 11/11? Right, it was, right?
Remember,
I think the game would. I think we'd already be playing Starfield. I don't think they would have delayed it because they probably would have needed the money. But under the umbrella of Microsoft, and Microsoft knowing that all eyes are going to be on Starfield, like you said, under a microscope, looking at the game. And having the talk of, if the game's good, well, Xbox had nothing to do with it, but if the game's bad, well, then Xbox ruined Bethesda, right? So it's like, well, we got to make sure that it's really, really good, so delay it until you're absolutely satisfied with it, but if they're independent, you probably need that revenue.
You need the revenue, yeah.
So the game probably would have been out already.
Yep.
But anyways, I don't know.
I did try The Last of Us on my
PC?
Steam Deck.
Okay, and
not on my main PC, on my Steam Deck. It hard locked my Steam Deck, bro.
Damn. Well, it's not Steam Deck verified yet. I mean, you could run it, but it's not verified for the Steam Deck.
Yeah, so at the time I tried it, they hadn't put a sticker on it yet. So it wasn't like there was no warning against it, but yeah, it hard locked my Steam Deck. I haven't played a game that has hard locked my Steam Deck to the point where I have to reboot the whole damn thing. Usually, like the game crashes in its little sandbox, and then you can sort it out. But this definitely some work to do to fix that shit. I mean, if they even bother, do you think they'll bother? I don't know.
I think they will. I mean, they've been putting out a whole bunch of patches. I think they're trying their hardest. I think they even said Naughty Dog's prioritizing the fixes because I mean, yeah, I mean, you put out a product. It's weird. The video games are the only industry where they can put out a product for full price and not have it work right, and it's just being like, well, that's video games. You know what I mean? We'll fix it later. Like no other product no other thing you buy ever works like that. Like imagine go to the movie theater and you're watching Super Mario Brothers, which got trashed by critics, but it seems audiences are loving. And if it was just like you're watching it and it was just grainy, or if it cut off after 30 minutes, you'd be outraged. You'd demand your money back. In the movie theaters, I'm gonna be like, well, that's movies, like it's like, hey, I spent $70 on Diablo or $100 on Diablo 4, and you damn well know most likely you're not going to be able to play it for the first day, but that's okay because video games, right? Oh, we'll fix it later, we'll patch it, the servers, all that stuff. Any other product on the face of the earth nobody would stand for it. Nobody would stand for it, but we do.
Don't put that out there, man.
Resident Evil 4 launched with bad visuals on PlayStation 5 and dead zones, horrible dead zones in the Xbox versions, and it was like you just had to put up with it. I mean, I think they fixed it in their recent update, but it was like modern AAA video game development's like ship it and then we'll fix it later, right? So,
I never even noticed that dead zone thing.
I noticed it. I didn't notice it while I was playing, but I did notice it when I was trying to do the shooting ranges. It was definitely very noticeable then. I was just having fun, and maybe I adapted and overcame. I was playing it, but it was.
I just assumed it was because I hadn't upgraded my guns. I think.
Oh well, I mean, I upgraded my guns, but we got some super chats here. We have one from Blaze who says technically Pokemon is on Xbox. It's called Temtem. I guess that is true. It is a Pokemon-like game.
Temtem's not good.
Danny P says, we know what Xbox's 2023 is now, so how about 2024? I mean, I guess we'll be talking about the showcase stuff and just a little bit later. We got a huge super chat from Alexander Davis. It says, cheers, lads. Here's to a 5-hour podcast. This definitely probably will be a long one. We do have like double Patreon questions to get to because we didn't do a show last week. We still have a lot of topics. It's going to be a long show. So it's probably going to be a long one. We have Gamer by Choice saying, let's be real. Sony's not held to the same media standards as Xbox. I don't know if it's because they're afraid of Sony retaliation. Great show. Thank you. Mike says, Microsoft... What? Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'll be honest. I don't think that Sony retaliation thing is a thing. I'll be completely honest with you guys. Like, I always see this rumor from Xbox fans sometimes that Sony, the media doesn't want to piss off Sony. And maybe they think they shouldn't piss off Sony. I don't know. But Sony PR is great to me. And, I ain't always very kind to Sony, on socials and stuff. I'm critical of Xbox, but I'm also pretty critical of Sony.
Well, hold on. You're critical of Xbox? I recently heard that you're just a shill for Xbox. I've heard because people DM me and they're like, so-and-so, or did you hear what so-and-so said about Jez on XYZ podcast that nobody fucking listens to? I'm like, no, I haven't heard what they said because they're irrelevant. They're nobodies. But yeah, people were telling me like, yeah, they just dropped Jez in there and said Jez toes the company line all the time about everything Xbox does that has never once criticized Xbox for anything. And I'm like, well, clearly you exposed yourself because if you listen to this show, Jez has been very, very critical of Xbox when it's been deserved, and sometimes critical of Xbox when it's not deserved. So much so in time, I mean, you definitely have been, is what I'm saying. And sometimes people will say that you're too harsh. Some people say that you're too harsh on Xbox. But yeah, there's this because people don't listen. Like people who listen to the show know that you will be negative on Xbox, and your articles are.
So will you.
But some. I think what they see is they see the ones where you're like the Activision Sony one where you were just like blah blah blah, and they're like, "See, this is just Jez, blah." Tone.
Well, it's because I've got them all blocked, right? So the only tweets they see are the only tweets they see are the ones that get shared, and the only ones that get shared are the negative ones.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't give a shit, man.
I know, but I'm just saying, anybody here who's listened to the show for a long time know that Jez is really critical of Xbox. So am I. It's just funny to see that, like, I'll get DMs from people being like, they're talking about Jez again, and how he never. I'm just like, well, then they don't listen and they're irrelevant. Who cares what a bunch of nobodies have to say about anything? A bunch of nobodies who are always wrong, anyways. Yeah,
I don't care. Wow. I just wanted to make the point that I really don't think Sony is. I think actually Sony's probably one of the companies that aren't so sensitive when it comes to media attacks. I don't know.
I saw Jeff Grubb talk about it, where there was this whole thread discussion on Twitter about it recently, where it was like, yeah, like I was told if I wanted a code for this game from PlayStation, here's exactly what I had to say to get it or something. There was a recent Twitter thread about it.
Well, maybe they just don't pay attention to me then.
Well, maybe because you
really nice to me.
Because you don't really cover PlayStation when it matters. You only cover their PC releases. You're not covering it on the daily like other places are, right?
Well, maybe UK PR. I always deal with Sony UK PR, so maybe they're a little bit different to the US PR. I don't know, but they've always provide codes for their PC games to us. Which is why I was surprised that Last of Us came in so late, and then I was surprised, furthermore, that it was so poorly optimized, because the other games I had from them were pretty well optimized. I remember, there was some rumblings about Horizon Zero Dawn not being well optimized, but I'm just gonna pull that meme right now. Work fine on my PC.
Yeah, work fine for me, bro. Work fine for me, dude.
Days gone. Work great for me. Yeah.
Where everything worked great on my $6,000 PC. I was running everything at 4K, 120 ray tracing. No issues here. I had to justify the fact that I bought a $6,000 PC and everything runs perfectly, and I never have any issues with anything ever.
I've got an RTX 2070 Ti mobile version.
I need to buy a new PC, bro.
It's better than your PC.
I know. My PC is like
anything's better
5 years. Well, I got a 1080. I don't use this for game. I only use it for content creation and like watching YouTube and stuff. But
I remember when you got that PC, and I remember being jealous of your 1080.
Yeah,
I remember thinking, God, Rand got a 1080. He really is a YouTube millionaire. That's how the times have changed.
I know.
And now, you tell me you got 1080, I'm thinking, Jesus. Rant, upgrade that.
I need to upgrade. What do I need? I just probably need to go to a 3080. There's no point in getting a 4080, and get a better CPU.
Get a 4090.
What do I need a 4090 for?
With your millions, bro. With your YouTube millions,
I ain't got no millions, bro.
Well, not this week because of the F-bombs.
Yeah, no. We have another big super chat from Alexander Davis says 10 hours, winky emoji. I mean, I don't know about a 10-hour podcast. Like, we do 4 hours and it's like, I'm kind of dead afterwards. Because I put a lot into it. I try to be really excited. I'm multitasking, doing everything. That takes it out of you, especially when you're doing it for 4 hours. You're spent. I don't know how some of these streamers can do that stuff for 9 hours or whatever. I'd be physically and emotionally spent on this. We have Space Dovakin with super chat saying tinfoil hat time. PlayStation is pushing this narrative that PS5 is a tech marvel that no other hardware can achieve, not even powerful PCs. Yeah, I think I saw something from the Square Enix guy about Final Fantasy 16, basically we can only run on PlayStation. Something about the SSDs, which it's funny because we had all that stuff at the lead up to the launch. What was the game from Gearbox? Godfall. Godfall we could only do it on PS5, and it's like, yeah, sure you could, Yeah, it's funny how all those things. It's all just marketing, and it's all part of that, anyways. And we have one from Mike. Only problem with Xbox Store solution is the Seagate deal. The hot swappable feature of the memory cards is great, and I would want that to continue next gen. Yes, well, we have to see what happens.
It's trade-offs, man. I've spoken to people who I really like it because I can take my games, I can just unplug the thing and take it around a friend's house and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. It would have been cool back in the day You know, back when I did have friends and I did go out
Oh,
and I did have a
back
social
then.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah, back way back then. But nowadays it's just like, well, I can just download that stuff again. But then again, I suppose, if you're American, you're probably running, I don't know, 10 megabyte down dial up. What's your internet, Rand? 10 megabytes?
I got 900 down, 25 up.
Damn.
So, and that's not even really the best internet you can get. I think I could get even better if I wanted to pay for it, but Mr. 2 Opinionated says a PC handheld from Xbox or don't. Streaming is garbage still. Sorry, not sorry, Jez. So he wants that. We have Supernova saying, I don't know what even that word is. Jaminiji? Ooh, I don't know. I have no idea what that word is. So if I said it wrong, I'm sorry. Anyways, if you guys are enjoying the show, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. I think I just hit 93,000 subs yesterday off a couple of videos. Some point 100K this year, and possibly on camera Xbox 2, which would be definitely a change. What did I want to talk about next was geez, where do I want to go here? We were talking about leaks, so I figured we'd talk about this. A couple things here before we get into the whole PlayStation continues to cry and all these other things. Is Starfield controller, Jez? Did you see this? The Starfield controller?
Yeah, I did. Starfield controller. I've heard that it's some kind of custom job third party thing, and it's not actually an Xbox thing. But I don't know that for sure. Has any more details come out about this? Because this all blew up when I was...
It blew up when you were on vacation. It was basically someone took some pictures of some Starfield custom controller. There's some questions about whether or not it's legit. Has like a really cool looking controller. Has like translucent triggers. But I think the person said he bought it from somebody, and it might be a custom job. But yeah, I do expect.
I got a feeling that's what
I do expect them to do something custom for Starfield. That's why when I saw it, I was like, that could be legit, because I am expecting a custom controller or at least a custom console, right? I mean, they're doing one for Diablo. Granted, it's not a custom console, but they are partnering with Diablo, where for $560 you can get a Series X with Diablo 4, kind of like what they're doing with Forza Horizon 5. It makes sense because Diablo 4, well, Wall Street Journal says Diablo 4 is going to be a surprise hit. I don't know if you saw that. It was like, Diablo 4, just a little surprise, the sequel to like the 30 million selling Diablo 3, just a little surprise. So they're doing that. And you would figure, okay, well, that makes sense. It's a marketing deal. They don't own I would imagine if they don't own ABK already, like say a year ago, that they would make a custom Diablo 4 console, because it just makes a lot of sense. They've only done custom Halo console for Halo Infinite. Starfield is a first-party game, it's exclusive. I think you have to make a custom console, and if you're not doing a custom console, you got to do a bundle of some kind, right? With how big the game is, a lot of people are going to be playing Starfield, whether it's on PC or through Game Pass on console. Some people might even get the console if the game is as good as we possibly, we think it can be. So what do you think of the scenario? What do you think of the possibility of... Because you think the Starfield controller is not real, even though I think there will be a custom Starfield controller, because it just makes sense. Do you think Xbox is going to do a custom Starfield Xbox Series X?
I mean, I would bloody well hope so. This is the game that we've all been waiting for. This is the game that proves Xbox can actually make games sometimes. Game of the year contenders, whatever you want to call them. I would hope that they are going all out for this, and not only that, but one of the things that I've been asked a lot about recently is this concept of stock shortages. Like the Series X is really hard to buy right now. I never see them in stores ever in Germany, which probably isn't that much of a surprise, I guess. But if you want to compete, you kind of need stock. part of me wonders. Well, I know for a fact that some of the stock issues is because of allocations for xCloud. So like they're using some of the stock they get from AMD to make more xCloud servers because they just make more money from putting them in the server rack. Because when they run in xCloud, they're running xCloud and gets people into Game Pass. But also when they're not running xCloud, they offload some of those teraflops to Azure to be used for other business purposes, right? So there's that aspect of it. But that return on investment changes when you've got a game like Starfield you want to sell. Maybe they're gonna save a lot of that stock for when Starfield drops, and all of a sudden, loads of people are just like, "Oh, actually, maybe I should get an Xbox because I want to play Starfield," which is the from Todd himself.
Yeah,
I need to play the Todd game, right? God Howard. So I would hope that some of the stock issues will go away at that point. But will there be custom consoles? I would hope bloody well, yes. But I haven't got any evidence to suggest that's the case right now. But if anyone on Xbox listening to this, want to leak it to me, sure, go right ahead.
There's got to be at least a bundle and a custom controller. If you can't do a custom console, I guess I would understand the stock situation. Even though it seems like Sony's blowing you away with stock right now. Granted, I understand that you're putting stuff into the cloud, but there's got to at least be a bundle minimum with a custom controller. So that's why I look at that controller and I think that maybe is legit. I don't know the lead time of like, hey, we see it now and we weren't supposed to see the controller until September. But I would imagine one of these things you would have, if there was a custom console and a controller, maybe that's something you showed during the Starfield Direct. Like just have it in how, like Todd's talking about the game and then boom, here's the console and here's the controller and you can get it on September 6th. I mean, that would be something really cool. And speaking of Starfield Direct and the game showcase, I've had a lot of people ask me this question. So I figured we talk about it here in the show. The Xbox, so what did Aaron say? Aaron said recently, because people had DM'd me this and asked me what I thought. Yeah, he tweeted out March 30th, which was, last week? We didn't do a show. He said, save the date. June 11th, we have a double feature planned with our Xbox Game Showcase plus Starfield Direct. Excited to see the work our studios and partner teams are doing to bring this to life. And Cloburl had the fan art for it, which is incredible, as Cloburl is amazing at doing that stuff. I had people reach out to me and ask me, hey, why isn't it called the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase? And I was like, well, maybe they've done it Xbox and Bethesda's Game Showcase. They've called it that the last 2 years. Maybe they don't want to call it that anymore. Maybe they feel the marketing's been enough and people know that Bethesda's part of Xbox, although I doubt it because we haven't even gotten an exclusive. Well, actually, no, we did. Hi-Fi Rush, but Redfall and Starfield are coming. So maybe it's like, oh, we want to condense it to just Xbox Game Showcase because if you keep it Xbox and Bethesda, and then you eventually add Activision Blizzard, like, are you really going to do an Xbox and Bethesda and Activision Blizzard King Game Showcase? I mean, that doesn't roll off the tongue, right? So I was like, maybe that's a scenario. But then, so they asked me, it was like, well, is it possible the reason it's called the Xbox Game Showcase is because Bethesda won't be there? So they can't put it in the title because Redfall would have shipped. Starfield has its own show after the showcase, the Starfield Direct. So maybe during the proper E3 show, although E3's dead, that there won't be anything from Bethesda, and they don't have anything to show, so they can't call it the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. So I figured I'd ask you, and we get a discussion going. In fact, I'll make a poll right now. Start a poll. Do you, Jez, do you think the wording's intentional? Do you think it's changed because they just want to call it everything's Xbox now? Or do you think it's an intentional change to remove Bethesda because Bethesda won't be at the showcase because they don't have anything to show this year? What's your opinion on this?
I think I the suggestion you made where it's like they probably aren't going to be there. I would assume that's probably the case. I would think that perhaps they're gonna emphasize more heavily. Maybe they're gonna emphasize QuakeCon a bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe they're gonna emphasize Gamescom a bit more. You know, there's a lot they could do, but I would assume that the reason they're not calling the Xbox Bethesda Showcase is because there's probably not going to be much Bethesda there. And you can't really call it Xbox Bethesda Showcase if there's not going to be much Bethesda there. And I don't think that's because they don't have anything to show. I think that's because they maybe want to raise the profile of QuakeCon a little bit. I've been thinking about this quite a lot because when when Microsoft finally finishes its acquisition of ABK, they're going to need a lot of shows. They're going to have a lot of shows and a lot of fandoms, and it doesn't make sense to try and merge all those fandoms under one umbrella. It just doesn't make any sense. Like Xbox fan probably doesn't like the same games or doesn't have the same passion maybe for Blizzard, and Blizzard players on PC, they don't have the same passion for console gaming. Like the fact that the whole meme, like, do you guys even have phones? Like, that was just such a stark example of a misunderstanding of fan base that I've ever seen in my life. I don't think Xbox really wants to get into those kind of situations where they're diluting what Blizzard is, what Call of Duty is, what Bethesda is, and sort of diluting those fan bases, because Bethesda used to have like their own shows that had all their own memes, that had all their own like stuff and their own style and their own delivery. And I think Microsoft wants to preserve that. And I think they should preserve that. I think Minecraft has its own show. BlizzCon's going to carry on. BlizzCon is so big. They can't get rid of BlizzCon. It's massive. And now that E3 is dead, it makes even more sense to raise the profile of the shows like QuakeCon, like Minecon, like BlizzCon, and raise all the profile of those shows, and also bring back XO. Make XO your Xbox allegory to BlizzCon and QuakeCon and all that stuff. So, and that's not based on anything I've heard. That's just my assumption based on the death of E3. Because let's face it ain't coming back. There's no coming back.
E3 dead. I think everybody saw the writing on that wall, and we'll talk about some of our favorite moments later. But
yeah.
So you're thinking. So you're thinking they won't, like, if it. Part of me is like, would be happy for that, because that means I don't have to fall asleep during their obligatory Fallout 76 Elder Scrolls Online segment that Pete Hines has hosted the last 2 years, right? And let's be honest, Bethesda's basically carried Xbox on their back, essentially, this year, right? They released highly acclaimed Hi-Fi Rush. They're about to put out Redfall a month from now. You got Starfield finally coming in September. Hell, Ghostwire Tokyo comes out next week. The Bethesda will be launching 4 games on Xbox, and Ghostwire Tokyo has a new update. So it's kind of like, what do you expect? Like, I know Indiana Jones comes out the movie comes out this June, and Xbox has the showcase. Is Machine Games ready with a little snippet of Indiana Jones to kind of tie it into that? Maybe, maybe not. Is id ready to show whatever they're working on, whether it's a Doom sequel or a Quake reboot or a new IP? I don't know. We know that ZeniMax Online has been working 4 years on their new AAA game. In fact, they just acquired a new studio, right, Jez? The new Xbox acquisition.
Kind of. I mean,
subsidiary, but
it's being merged into ZeniMax Online Studios, isn't it?
So Bethesda has acquired Nemesis Games in Budapest, Hungary. The studio will now be known as the ZeniMax Online Studios Hungary. The team is working on Elder Scrolls Online as well as an unannounced project. But basically, Bethesda bought them, and they basically joined ZeniMax Online to do whatever they're doing. I mean, we know they have a big game that they're working on. I don't know if that's ready to show for prime time, but this is I was wondering when Bethesda was going to acquire somebody, because we had talked about that. Maybe we had talked about, like, before the ABK stuff, we were talking about, You got Avalanche, you got IO Interactive, you got Certain Affinity, you got all these studios. Bethesda maybe could come in and acquire somebody. Like, even when we were talking about Crystal Dynamics or Eidos Montreal, it was like, well, Matt Booty runs 15 studios. Do you really want to add something under him? Maybe you have Bethesda, who only, I don't, off the top of my head, do you have 8 studios? Yeah, 8 studios. Maybe Bethesda goes out and is like, they are the ones who buy somebody, and Certain Affinities put under them, like, what have you. And now it finally happened. Granted, nobody's really heard of the studio, and it kind of slipped by everything, but it did happen. But as it relates to the showcase, I get from the marketing perspective, like, you call it the Xbox and Bethesda because you got to let people know that Bethesda games are Xbox exclusive, right? And it made a lot of sense. And it was actually really, the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, sounded really good. It was like, all right, cool. But at some point, you probably just want to call it Xbox. Do they make the change already? Maybe. But there's a thing where it's like Bethesda's launched 4 games this year. Maybe they're not in a position to show. Maybe they're not in a position to show anything else yet. Maybe it's not ready. Any of the other studios are ready to show anything, so they're not going to show anything, and that could be a reason for them dropping it. Or maybe, like Jez said, maybe it's like, hey, we're doing QuakeCon, and there'll be announcements there and stuff. I don't know, because we had a super chat earlier saying, hey, we know what's coming in 2023. What's 2024? And the question is, I'd have a better answer of that once I see E3. Because it's like, we assume Avowed is next year. I'm 50-50 on Hellblade this year. You said you would bet money that Hellblade is this year. Do you still feel Hellblade is this year? Or are you backing off of that?
I still think Hellblade's this year.
Okay.
I'm not basing that on anything other than gut instinct.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have Avowed next year, maybe there's Forza Horizon 6, because that would be 3 years from Forza Horizon 5, right? Where's the Wandering Tower, the game from Stoic? I mean, I don't think that's this year, is it? Unless they're going to announce it and have it released really quickly. So maybe that's next year. Is Contraband next year? Is, Perfect Dark next year? So like there's a bunch of games that are unannounced that I just don't know the time frames of when they could release. So it's very difficult to get a sense of what could release when. I think this year's E3 will give us a better look at, I'm not saying they're going to do a 12-year thing like they did last year, because I think that...
Dude, you got to stop calling it E3, man.
But we've been calling it E3 forever. I'm sorry, that's just...
You can't
what are we going to call it? Summer Games Fest?
Oh, no. Hell no. We're not calling it that.
We're calling it Summer Games Fest?
No, we'll call it the Summer Games Mess.
Well, just because E3 is dead this year doesn't mean it's not going to be dead next year. Right?
Man.
But, so the poll, Jez, the poll that we have running right now, will Bethesda show anything at this year's Xbox Games Showcase? 77% say yes, and 23% say nope, not this year. So most people, it seems like, are expecting something from Bethesda to show up. So we'll have to wait and see, It very well could be they combine the names, or they drop the Bethesda thing because it just makes sense at this point, or maybe not. We'll just have to find out. We'll just have to wait and see. But let's talk about let's talk about PlayStation. Let's talk about this ABK thing. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and please subscribe, because it's about to get a little spicy. We talk about some stuff. So I guess to set this all up, PlayStation up until a month ago was the biggest fans of the CMA. Thought they were smart. Thought they were courageous. Thought they were insightful.
Oh,
right? They said, you know what, CMA, you're amazing. You understand everything that's going on. We agree with all your findings. This deal should be looked at and probably even should be blocked. Need to protect consumers. We need to protect developers. We need to protect the industry. Because if Microsoft gets a hold of ABK, it's curtains for it all, right? Because the CMA, the original CMA provisional findings from Phase 1 was like, we got cloud concerns, we got console concerns, we got game subscription concerns, And it honestly seemed like they were reading just the PR that Jim Ryan had emailed them earlier, right? The Sony PR. And Sony was very much in a very happy mood because it seemed like the CMA was heading for a big block. And Sony was happy, just as little as a month ago, agreeing with everything the CMA said. But then out of nowhere, CMA had a change of heart. And they're like, yeah, we've run the math again. We took another extensive look at all the information, which is what Phase 2 is. And you know what? Yeah, we're changing our mind. We don't really think it's going to lessen any competition. We don't even think it's going to hurt PlayStation, really. So we're removing the theory of harm. We already ruled out the theory of harm on game subscriptions. That's fine. Now we're ruling out the theory of harm about console. So, yeah, like, the only thing we're concerned about is cloud. And Microsoft, of course, celebrated. Like, oh, you're so wise, CMA. Thank you for taking a second look at the data. This is amazing, right? Oh, cloud, we got you covered. We got deals coming. We signed things with NVIDIA and Ubitus and Boosteroid and who knows what other deals will come down, right? Like, we got these deals. We got your back, we got your back, CMA. And nobody, I think MLX reached out to CMA and they had no response, no comment. Well, we basically got Sony's comments to the CMA document, and they are not happy whatsoever with Sony, with the CMA basically flipping their decision. They said that this was their changing their mind was unprecedented, surprising, and irrational. Irrational. Which our buddy Fuss Patents on Twitter said that's language you would use for like setting up an appellate review. Like, essentially, if this deal passes, maybe Sony would appeal the decision to CAT. They're not even involved in any of this. It's Xbox and Microsoft and Activision who are the two merging parties and like Sony's like on the outside, and like it seems like they're the ones who might appeal the decision that has nothing to do with them in the first place. Crazy, right?
Well, dude, it happens. I mean,
I know.
Don't you remember Amazon appealing the Pentagon's decision to use Azure instead of Amazon Web Services? That actually like resulted in something insane and ridiculous. Because now the Pentagon's using Google, Amazon, and Microsoft just so everybody's happy in a hybrid solution that's probably really expensive and barely workable because Amazon cried like a little bitch. So it's not unheard of. This kind of thing will happen. But man, I think Sony's going to be completely wasting its time doing this.
Think so?
Yeah, I really do. I think like at this point, I think the CMA has just been like, yeah, there's just nothing here. The fact that it was so definitive says to me that yeah, it's not going to go any further than that. So. Maybe they will try and appeal and try and sue and stuff like that, but I don't know. It's not as easy to set up these kind of spurious court cases in Britain that it is in America. Like Gamers versus Microsoft or whatever that stupid court case was. That's not to say the UK legal system's great or anything. It's definitely not, but I just don't think it's going to be worth Sony's time and money to try and, go further than this. So I would hope for Sony's sake that this rhetoric is just for their shareholders and just being like, yeah, we did everything we could. It's just stupid Brits, look at them, but maybe Foss Patents is right. Maybe they are going to try and take it all away and make a really big stink of it. And man, could get really nasty. Could get really, really nasty.
Well, I mean, I thought maybe there's some performative stuff here for their shareholders. Like, hey, we literally tried everything. We tried everything. We said anything. We did all we could to, convince the regulators that this is a bad deal. I mean, Sony's been arguing that the deal needs to be blocked for the good of the industry, but the entire industry essentially is behind the deal, right? It's maybe like Sony and Google. And there's some saber rattling in China. I think Nestes is against the deal now, but Tencent's for it or something. But
yeah,
it really
NetEase is against it, but of course that would be.
Yeah, but of course, yeah. So there's a part of me that's like, are they just doing this to make it seem? Because the things Jim Ryan are saying are absolutely absurd. It makes them look awful. It makes Sony look incredibly weak and pathetic, right? But to me, it's like maybe he's just saying these things just to say them because he's trying to get his point across to the CMA. What?
What did he say?
What did he say?
You haven't actually said what he said. That was pathetic.
Well, I mean, let me get the quote here.
The specific thing about that got me, at least.
Let me
was when he said the whole PlayStation business.
Oh yes,
would die. That was the one thing that I thought was just not.
Let me get the full quote here because Jim, he's always good. We don't get a lot of quotes from Jim anymore after that little back and forth. So basically, Sony talked about the idea of once again getting a degraded version of Call of Duty, right? They went from originally Microsoft's has the incentive to not put Call of Duty on PlayStation to essentially now saying, well, we might get a bad version of Call of Duty. We might get a degraded version. And I'm sorry, I understand their concern, but I don't really care. And you want to know why I don't care? Because Sony's been degrading the Xbox version of Call of Duty basically since the beginning of the Xbox One generation. And when I mean degrading, I don't necessarily mean, oh, the resolution's different or there's glitches. It's basically a fact that the Xbox version of Call of Duty has been what's the right terminology to use here? It's second-class citizen. Because PlayStation gets all these exclusive features. Exclusive characters, exclusive skins, exclusive modes all this exclusive stuff. It's designed to make people want to buy it on PlayStation and not get it on Xbox because it's an inferior product that you're paying the same amount for, but you're getting less. So Sony, through their marketing deals and their arrangements with a whole bunch of different companies, most recently Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy had a whole entire quest ripped out of the game for Xbox owners and given to PlayStation owners. Even though we all had to pay the same price for it, they've been doing this consistently because it works, right? And so Sony has been essentially making the Xbox version of Call of Duty degraded since 2015 or whenever the new deal went through. So we've already been getting a degraded version of Call of Duty. And now Jim has the audacity to come out here and say if we got a degraded version of Call of Duty, it's curtains for the PlayStation brand. To me, there's a little bit of self-projection going on here, Jez. Right?
Projection.
There's self-projection because I think Sony's thinking of if they were on the other side, how they would do it to other people because that's what they're currently doing, right? With all their different deals they have. Is that, well, if it's us, we would sabotage or degrade other versions because we currently do it, right? So the first thing in their mind that they're worried about is a degraded experience because I think it's at the forefront of their mind because they do engage, maybe not in the game looks worse or runs worse, but in regards of this version has less content than the other version, hence a degraded version for Xbox. So
that's one of the things they accuse them of is like having special perks and stuff like that. And it is a total projection because that's literally what they do. That's their strategy. And they know how devastating it is for the Xbox brand. And they are admitting, their own admission is that this kind of behavior that they engage in is damaging for the Xbox brand. And they don't want it to go away. You know, they don't want to lose that advantage they have. Because they're not gaining. Xbox isn't going to do that. They've said as much, and they said they'll even implement a third-party oversight to prevent that from happening. But you know, the mere fact that Sony will lose the ability to foreclose the Xbox version and Xbox customers out of these features, that is enough for Sony to think of it as, oh god, this is a code red. Which is crazy to me. So either Sony's dumb which they're not, or they're arguing in completely bad faith, which they are, I think.
Oh, they've been arguing in bad faith from the beginning.
Yes,
100% from the beginning. That's why we've been making. That's why we're making fun of these arguments the whole time, because they're absurd. It doesn't make any sense. Like there was no really justification to block the deal whatsoever on any legal grounds or.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just saying, like, this is why it's ridiculous to me, right? When fanboys get all mad when you point this shit out. You point this stuff out because it's ridiculous and it's indefensible and it's stupid. Fanboys get mad and like, oh god, you're just towing Sony's, you're towing Microsoft's party line or whatever.
Use your words. Use your words.
Yeah. Use my words. But they never defend Sony's position because it's indefensible. It's indefensible. I haven't seen a single article really that really went into Sony's position on this. All the criticism I've seen from the big media outlets who, just have it in for Xbox or whatever, they all focus on consolidation and, what could happen in 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
What will the video game industry look like in 20 years, or Microsoft owns all this stuff, or it's consolidated and whatever. That's where a lot of the media's big concerns lie. They never talk about Sony's position because it's ridiculous and it makes no sense and it's indefensible. So, like, this again, it comes back to like Sony arguing in bad faith, performing for their shareholders. And that's why, like, I don't think they could possibly argue this in court. They've got to know they can't argue it in court, which is why the FTC didn't even bother trying. They didn't even bother trying taking it to federal court because they know none of these arguments make any sense. Even on the face of it, they don't make sense. On the face of it, they don't make sense, which is why I went so hard on the CMA, because, in phase 1, they only do, like, on the face of it. On the face of it, they took all of Sony's arguments at face value. But when they did the math, they realized it was a load of bollocks, And that's why none of this stuff will work in court, and that's why it's exhausting and ridiculous.
His actual quote is funny, but I mean, like, the thing is, I ain't buying the whole degraded thing. Like, Xbox is, like, literally being like, we're not. The CMA is basically saying Xbox could do slight foreclosures like Game Pass or some stuff, but essentially not going to have any effect. I mean, that's what they've come to, that Microsoft would incur a significant loss by removing the game from PlayStation, right, or degrading it, because it basically would ruin Microsoft and Call of Duty's reputation for releasing a bad port on PlayStation 5 played by millions. Like, you want the money, you don't want.
Kind of like what Sony's just done with the Last of Us.
Yeah, with Last of Us PC. Like, Sony just basically said, release it, ship it, it's not ready, who cares? Video games, fix it later, even though, So it's like, Microsoft has no incentive to essentially not put it on PlayStation because they incur huge financial losses, and they said that from the very beginning, we want to keep it on PlayStation, and they don't want to degrade it because that would just...
Everyone would be mad.
Because it would just ruin the Xbox brand, and it would ruin the Call of Duty brand. Right? So it's like, we're not going to do that. But in spite of all that, Sony's crying about this at the top of their lungs, and Microsoft's like, sign the effing contract, and you can have all this in a legal binding contract where we would guarantee all these things in a legal manner outside of our own word. Outside of just, we say we won't do this. We won't make a degraded experience. If you don't want to take our word for it, fine. Sign this contract. We'll have a third party overview it, whatever, right? But Sony doesn't want to. And I understand why they don't want to. I get it, man. I get why Sony doesn't want to. Sony doesn't like to come off as losers. Sony doesn't like to admit that they've lost. Sony doesn't like to basically say that they've been had, and Sony certainly doesn't want to bend the knee to Xbox on this. On a deal that they fought tooth and nail to get blocked everywhere, to suddenly look like it's going to go through, signing that contract, which maybe even Xbox doesn't even have to offer anymore because CMA and the European Commission are like, but guess what? We're not really concerned about it. Like, Xbox doesn't have to offer that contract anymore. But Sony, it's like, to them, that's an admission of failure. They signed that stuff. Guess what? They've bent the knee to Brad Smith and Lulu and Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella. You sign on that dotted line. You know what you're essentially doing? Yeah, you're going to get Call of Duty. Yeah, you're going to get a version that has parity. Yeah, you're going to have all this stuff. But you're essentially bankrolling Xbox forever. Because the amount of money that game generates on PlayStation is enormous. PlayStation's admitted that they use that money to fund their own games. So now Xbox's revenue is going to go ridiculously up, all based on that. All the PlayStation users who play on that are basically going to be funding Xbox Game Studios and whatever else for forever, right? Game Pass will get bigger and bigger in a situation where maybe how you interact with games in the future will be subscription-based, and that's something Sony doesn't want either. They don't want everything to be subscription-based. They want to sell you a single game for $70. They don't want to put their games in a $15 subscription service. But if more and more people gravitate to that, and that's how the industry starts to shift, people will demand it, right? So Xbox then becomes more of a power player, has more leverage because they own all these bigger IPs and they're making more money. So now it becomes, getting deals becomes a lot harder. Everything becomes more difficult for PlayStation if the ABK deal goes through. So I get why they've been fighting it tooth and nail. But to say something like, this is what Jim Ryan said. He said it during the Remedies meeting. Basically said that that a degraded version of Call of Duty on PlayStation would seriously damage our reputation. Our gamers would desert our platform in droves, and network effects would exacerbate the problem. Our business would never recover.
That is so laughable to me. It's utterly laughable.
Love you, Jim.
And
I love you. You're the best.
I almost feel like, is this dude traumatized from the Xbox 360 generation? Because that's basically what Xbox did. You know, Xbox had timed exclusive DLC for Call of Duty, the map packs or whatever. And then map packs pretty much went away because the service model evolved. And then, then the marketing deal flipped to PlayStation. And since then, for years, Call of Duty and Xbox's identity were intertwined for years. Like this whole like get on Xbox Live, play with your friends, use a little chat headset, cuss people in the lobbies, that whole meme, that whole identity was intertwined between Call of Duty and Xbox. And it was to PlayStation's detriment. Like PlayStation Network was well behind Xbox in quality. It was laggy as hell in Europe. It had all the hacking problems. It was a dark time to be a company trying to offer service games during the PS3 generation. And Xbox wielded that to great effect. Then Xbox screwed up the Xbox One. They lost the marketing deal for whatever reason, money. Maybe it was Terry Myerson, the low budget era, whatever. I don't know why they lost it, but they lost it. And since then, it has hurt Xbox's clout with, an entire section of the audience. So while he's definitely being dramatic, there is something to be said about the impact that Call of Duty being associated with the platform has. And I think what he's probably thinking about the way it was at 360 when he says some of this stuff, but he's taking it way too far. He's really pushing what people are going to believe and trust in when it comes to this stuff. The whole PlayStation brand will sink because of one game. That does not sound like a viable business to me. I don't know what he's thinking when he says some of this stuff, because if I was a regulator, I'd be thinking, Jesus, these businesses live or die based on one game? And where's Nintendo in all this? They don't even have Call of Duty.
They have a monopoly on the low-powered console market because Sony tried to pull a fast one and create a high-powered console market and fed it to regulators, and that came back to bite them in the ass.
Yeah, it did. And what's going to happen with that now? Are you going to get investigations into Nintendo's monopoly in the low-power console market? Is this Ouya's time to make a comeback?
Well, see, we talked about like the performative aspect of this. If I'm an investor, and I'm looking at that quote, I'd be like, wait a minute. Should I be like, you're telling me that the whole PlayStation business is propped up by a single IP that is owned by a third party that you can't control? So
yeah, and then it becomes a discussion of like how much control
right?
should Sony have over this third party company? If I'm an Activision shareholder, you know, and I'm like, I want to sell I want Microsoft to buy because they're going to buy my shares at a big fat premium, and I'm going to make a stack of cash. If I'm a hedge fund that's got millions and millions of dollars tied up into Activision Blizzard, and Microsoft's offering me a massive profit on those shares, and then Sony's out here trying to convince a regulator that their entire business does not work unless
Unless
Call of Duty,
and it's just
unless they can have exclusive modes. For
and
Call
it's
of
not
Duty.
even, and it's not even like Call of Duty being exclusive to Xbox. It's like if we get a degraded version, it's curtains, bro. The PlayStation would basically cease to exist. He's basically saying that like their business would be untenable. Not only is he, you know, like
it's insane.
He's essentially throwing his first party studios and his third party partners under the bus. He's basically saying none of you are good enough. If we have a bad version of Call of Duty, it's done for. Like, because all I ever see, and I always thought PlayStation's reputation was based on their own games they make. That's at least what everybody on Twitter and everybody on social media and everybody in my YouTube comments tell me. They say, Xbox makes trash games, PlayStation better. PlayStation makes bangers. Well, I hate that term, but they make these bangers that everybody has to play. And they do make incredible games if you like that experience, and they are played by a lot of people. People love God of War. They love the whole reimagining of God of War, right? But you look at Jim Ryan, and Jim Ryan's like, Sony Santa Monica ain't shit. God of War ain't nothing. Last of Us, garbage. We would trade all of these first. We just need Call of Duty. And if we didn't have Call of Duty, bankruptcy. We'd be following bankruptcy. And it's just
the fact of the matter is like, it's kind of like an admission that Call of Duty subsidizes these single player games, which have no microtransaction, no long tail, no microtransaction, no subscription service. It's a lack of willingness to adapt to a changing landscape, and you can't block change. You can't stop change from happening. There's no amount of, you know, regulations that will prevent change from happening, you know, unless you live in a communist country. And even then, it's incredibly hard in our dynamic global economy to resist technological advancement and change and stuff like that. Sony's like desperately trying to preserve the game industry the way it is, like freeze it in a cryogenic stasis where it just won't change ever. It won't ever change. You'll always buy the game $60, $70. Call of Duty and Fortnite will subsidize PlayStation's first party games. They won't have any microtransactions, and they'll cost $1 million to make, because they're subsidized by the microtransactions that we get from the games that are degraded on our competitor platform because of the deals we cut. That is not a sustainable business model. Even if Xbox disappeared tomorrow, that is not a sustainable business model. You know, because you'll start losing the growth to mobile. You'll start losing the growth to PC. You need service games. You know, that's the way the industry's going, and they are making them. You know, they've admitted it themselves. They need service games, and how many do they have in development? 11 or something like that. Ridiculous amount.
10. Yeah.
So it's kind of like they know this, and that's why it does feel performative, because they do know that change is coming, and they can't rely on Fortnite being de jour forever. They can't rely on Call of Duty being popular forever. You know, Call of Duty is struggling to find innovation. They're remaking their games over and over again. And what happens? Do we get to Modern Warfare 3 remake, and then do we go to like what? Modern Call of Duty Modern Warfare remake 2?
Start remaking Black Ops. I don't know.
Yeah, is that the way we're going to go with this? Are they just going to remake the Call of Duty cycle over and over again? Like, Call of Duty is big, but it's not going to last forever. It's really not. It will not last forever, and it's not sustainable to build an entire business on one IP. They clearly know this, and that's why my verdict, Rand, is that this is all performance. It's all performance art. They're probably saying things completely different to shareholders.
Well, we know they are. We know they're saying things differently behind the scenes to employees than they do to the CMA. Because remember, Sony was all like, "Oh, but Game Pass is so big and so huge." But then Tom Henderson reported, like Jim Ryan saying, like, "Hey, we don't give no shit about Game Pass. Like, they've sold X amount of subs in 6 years, and we sold this many PlayStations in 2, right?" So, of course, things are said differently behind the scenes. But I guarantee you, Sony is absolutely threatened by the idea of Xbox owning Activision Blizzard. And they do not want Game Pass to get bigger and subscriptions become more of a normal way to interact with games. And they certainly don't like the idea that PlayStation users are going to be bankrolling Xbox for the foreseeable future. And Xbox is going to take the money that they make from PlayStation users, funnel it back in to create more first-party games that they can then put on Game Pass to draw more people into subscriptions and expand cloud gaming to more and more countries, and then use some of that money to, let's be honest, make more acquisitions, right? And who's on the table next? I don't know. Phil and Sathi has been talking about Japan or other places. Capcom looking really good right now. I know they just hit their stock price at an all-time high. That's maybe the best time to sell, right? Oh, stock's at an all-time high. We can get a 50% premium. Capcom, Resident Evil, Street Fighter, Monster Hunter. Who wouldn't want that? You would, of course, you would want Capcom as part of your stable of developers with that amazing IP. Sega with their PC developers, with their Japanese games like Yakuza and Persona, Sonic, right? And then you have Square Enix with Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, their mobile division that makes a lot of money. Like, that's the thing. It's like PlayStation's going to be paying for all this because their users only care about Call of Duty, despite what they say on social media about it all being about their first party. We've said it before, exclusives are great. They help differentiate the consoles. They're a marketing beat, right? But at the end of the day, the reason PlayStation sells so much isn't because everybody wants to play the exclusives. It's because it's everything else. It's the platform where you can get Call of Duty and you can get Fortnite and you can get FIFA and you can get everything, right? And so I don't want to hear any more people on Twitter. I don't want to hear any PlayStation fans talk about what PlayStation is about is their first party, because Jim Ryan told you that's not the case. Their reputation isn't based around that. Their reputation would be in tatters, and people would desert the PlayStation Nation if, I don't know, what's he saying? If the Xbox version was 4K and the PS5 version was 1080p? Is that's what he, because would that be well, he says degradation, any degradation would that be a degradation if one version is native 4K and the other one's 1080p? It's a much lower resolution. Or are we talking like, what if one's 60 frames and the other runs at 55? Because even in Sony even brought up Digital Foundry.
Digital Foundry, yeah.
They brought up Digital Foundry and said like we would lose the face off. I mean, admitting that like Digital Foundry is really important to everything. They even brought up like forum posts. They brought up a Giant Bomb forum post from 10 years ago. Are they literally trolling NeoGAF and Reset Era to find fanboy? Like, I mean, it was enough to see like at metro.co.uk let these reader features, and somebody wrote a thing where, and it was just basically him crying through tears. Actually, this is so much better for PlayStation anyways. Xbox owning ABK is a disaster, and PlayStation will come out on top. It's exactly what they want, right? Like, I read that article, and it was like, outside of all the grammatical errors that were littered through it, I was like, you really coming out here and saying that this is exactly what PlayStation wanted, despite the fact that Jim Ryan is saying that like our whole platform is dead if we would get a slightly degraded version, let alone like if they pulled the game completely, right? Like, this is what we're talking about, because this is, I want, as much as fun as it, like, as fun as it is talking about this and making fun of it, like, at some point it's got to end. But I do really appreciate Jim Ryan coming out of his hidey hole to give us an excellent quote.
Hidey hole?
Yeah, because they're basically, they're like, no, Jim, no, you can't say anything. Stay in your bunker. Please do not open your mouth, because usually when Jim opens up his mouth, something dumb is said. Why would anybody play these games? You know, when talking about like the old like Gran Turismos or whatever, the Ridge Racers and stuff. We gotta protect the children with Minecraft. You know, when he didn't want to do crossplay and they charge a whole tax for that, and all the stupid stuff that he says. You must protect the industry. This will destroy everything. The consumers, we have to protect them. Even though we're PlayStation and we're raising prices of games and everything, and we're nickel and diming our entire customer, we're Sony. We're the saviors of the industry. You know,
dude. Why is Jim Ryan Richard Nixon?
I don't know. I'm just going with it. In my mind, I've heard Jim Ryan talk, but in my mind, I'm just trying to, you know, I don't know, whatever.
Oh man, Richard Nixon, Jim Ryan. Yeah.
I'm not a crook.
Yeah, I'm not a crook. Yeah. Well, that was a rant.
Yeah. We got the Rand's whiny fanboy voice. Comes out. Actually, this is exactly what PlayStation wants. Actually,
and then we got
so much better.
We got Jim Ryan Richard Nixon edition.
Yeah. We got that too. But I mean, it's looking like it's curtains, bro, because the CMA decides on the 26th of this month. European Commission sometime next month. Maybe the deal goes through and, you know, it's closed in May or June. Maybe Diablo hits Game Pass sometime in like August or September. I don't know what's going to happen with that. They definitely need that Crash Team game on Game Pass day one, right? That is something that definitely has to happen.
I thought there was a possibility that Crash game was going to be exclusive because all the beta tests were on PlayStation.
Yeah. So. You were saying,
but now it looks like it's coming to Xbox. Yeah. But yeah, it does seem like Game Pass fodder.
Yeah, if you guys enjoyed that little rant, make sure you hit the like button, please, and subscribe if you're new. Really appreciate it. We have a member chat here from Radimus Cisco, member for 21 months. He says, if Xbox plans to go to the TGA in the future, then in the future, I think XO should be done in the summer as a replacement for E3 from Xbox. Yeah, maybe they could rebrand it XO. Although they brought back XO for 2 years, pandemic took it away. Are they really going to bring it back? We'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't mind an extra show. Supernova says, Rand, when 10-hour stream explains Pokemon ability in names like Charizard, Charmander, Bulbasaur. Just trying to get me to say the names of these Pokemon and hopefully screw up with like Blast Turtle or whatever it was.
Blastoise. I can't remember. I can't remember how you said it, but it was insane. It was...
Blastoise. Sin Vendetta says, I'm so looking forward to when this ABK deal finally gets approved so we can see the chaos that ensue from both fanboys and Jim Ryan alike. It'll definitely be an interesting day because they were so set on this deal being blocked, right? You had like fake economics. You had fake lawyers on Twitter and people who pretend to be, economics. Talking about all these different things, telling you how they know because they're so smart and their intellect is greater than everybody else's on here, and that they're not fanboys. Yeah, they're also that deals be blocked and there'll be no behavioral remedies not at all, not on my watch. And it looks like it, yeah. And even still, I think there was something about some professor even talked about the cloud thing and said like the cloud. They were kind of thinking the CMA got it wrong because the cloud market isn't just one market; it's like a bunch. And did you read that?
I did not see that. No.
Yeah.
Well, I saw something about it, but I didn't get into it. Bored.
Space Ovikin says, guys, you saw that The Verge article where Jimbo says they can't afford to lose a Digital Foundry comparison if Microsoft decides to sabotage. I mean, they brought up the Digital Foundry thing in these documents. It was like, we lose Digital Foundry, and they called Call of Duty gamers like so sophisticated, so in tune. It's like, have you been in a? Yeah, okay, whatever. I mean, they're saying and doing everything they can. Right.
The dumb thing about this is just like, well, Microsoft's offered to appoint a dude to oversee.
That's not
this
good
stuff,
enough,
so,
bro. It's not good enough.
But like, it should be good enough for regulators.
Of course,
but,
it
like,
will be. It will be.
But that's why, like, does Sony not realize this, or do they realize it and they're just pretending they're not realizing it because they're just trying to save face with a bunch of shareholders? I don't know what. It just doesn't make full-blown sense, really, to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to the day this is all over. I'll be definitely online that day, kind of lurking. Maybe even Dark Rand will come out, you know, and join us some fun. Tom from Tanami says, Jim, when the deal goes through in Tiger King's voice, I'll never financially recover from this. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of when I saw that quote. Like, our business would never recover. Like, never? Really? It's basically done? Like, holy cow, man. Jay Primo, member for 32 months, says, crazy things going on with the ponies, trying to spin what's going on, loving it. Great show, guys. Well, I'm glad you're here, Jay Primo. So now that we talked about the ABK stuff, we you know, like I said, there's some more stuff that'll happen. I mean, I think they get the remedy sheet soon, like next week, but it seems like it's all going to be coming down to a close. Can't wait for it to be over and Xbox Activision to be one company, 33 studios. Can't wait to see what comes out of it. Also, can't wait to see. I wonder if the CMA approves if PlayStation would even have a comment. You know, like, we at PlayStation are like so sad you did this, and we totally disagree. This will completely destroy the industry and innovation, and consumers are gonna pay the, you know, like whatever Sony's. I don't know if they would actually say something like, we are going to appeal this, or you know, like,
I would hope not.
I'm because when they originally said all this, like, Sony was the first one up, and like, we applaud the CMA for their decision. We agree with everything they're saying. You got it right. And then, like, now they're like, can you do the math again? Can you go back and do your homework, please? This doesn't jive with what we want. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know what else is crazy?
What's that?
Quantum Break got delisted. And people use that as kind of a tipping point.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, is something wrong with Game Pass? Why would Quantum Break be leaving? This just proves Game Pass is unsustainable. Whole bunch of just, the sky is falling, especially when you combine that with the whole Xbox family plan, where there was a image taken from someone's dashboard who thought he was still in the US that was like, hey, family plan, $39.95, and suddenly, oh my God, is this what Xbox fans wanted? $39.90, what a travesty. This just proves once again Phil is a liar. Xbox Game Pass is making no money. It's unsustainable. Like, all these sort of things. And then it comes out, nah, the dude just had changed his reason to New Zealand to play Resident Evil early, forgot to switch it back, and that's the New Zealand price, which converted is $25 US. Now, even if it was $40, 5 Ultimate accounts cost, last time I did some math, $75 a month, and you'd be paying $40, so you'd be saving $35. I understand maybe $40 is a little bit more expensive than you would think, and maybe tougher to get people to sign up, but you're still saving a lot of money. But it set $25 versus, like, the value is undeniable. So I always find it funny that news like this always gets spun as a bad thing and reaches around the world with everybody opining about it, with then people writing articles about it, and it's always slanted a tad bit like the Quantum Break thing, like, what's going on? And then anybody with an ounce of knowledge was like, you know, Quantum Break has some licensed music in it. I bet you the licenses for that music expired. And sure enough, what happened? Oh, we're in the process of renewing his licenses. That's what's wrong. We had to remove it from Game Pass because the game's literally getting delisted because they can't legally sell it anymore because the licenses for that music expired. But once it's back, it's coming back. But everybody had to rush and be the first one to say how bad this was. Same thing with the family plan. Oh my God, this is just horrible. Xbox they can't lose the money. And it's like, all right, well, now it's $25. But nobody really issues a retraction. Nobody. It's just delete, make it seem like you never said anything. And I don't even know when the family plan's coming out. You would think you'd want it out by the time Redfall comes out. You would think you would want it out by the time at least Starfield comes out. Or at least by the holidays. Maybe by the time Call of Duty releases, you would want a family plan in there. Maybe it'd be easier to convince your friends to get on it. In those scenarios. I do wonder what's taking so long. But the other thing with Game Pass is there's no more $1 offer, Jez. And also, apparently, that's another reason why Game Pass is unsustainable. That they can't offer it for $1 anymore. And this is just further proof. Which is... This reminds me of like the whole Fable thing from, I don't know if that was this year or last year, where their rumor from 4chan literally came up and was like, Fable and Playground Games, they're restarting development from scratch and they're switching engines to Unreal. And everybody made articles about it, and everybody was basically, of course this is real because Xbox is horrible, so we believe any bad rumor that possibly pops up and we will magnify it. We will what's the word I'm looking for? Not magnify. Amplify it, spread on social media. And then it was like, no, actually that's not true. But then the retraction hardly gets the response that the initial like outrage gets. So you get outrage about Quantum Break, outrage about the price of Family Plan, outrage about the $1 deal. And it's like, I don't like, it kind of like the Sony thing. It seems all performative. It just seems like my audience expects me to shit on Xbox, so I have to shit on it, right? Or I have to be negative about it because that's what people expect. But it's like, yeah, the $1 deal, of course, it wasn't going to last forever. You know, it's designed to get people into the service when you're starting out a service. So at some point, yeah, you're going to get rid of it. Now maybe they introduce it again if ABK goes through and you have your first Call of Duty on Game Pass. Maybe it's a good time to bring that back to get all the Call of Duty players to be like, oh, wait, $1 for Game Pass and I can play Call of Duty this year? Maybe that would be a good time to bring it back. Or maybe not. I don't know. But I'm saying it's like, at some point, yeah. You know what? At some point, they're going to raise the price of Xbox Game Pass. And I cannot wait for the articles about that. I cannot wait for the headlines about, how this once again proves Game Pass doesn't make any money and it's unsustainable. Even though I think most people would argue that this has been Xbox Game Pass's best year so far. And we haven't even hit Redfall. We haven't even hit Minecraft Legends. You haven't even hit Starfield yet, let alone all the games that come at the end of the year. Let alone like if Diablo 4 comes or any other announcement that Microsoft has, because they just had an indie game showcase where they showed off some games. I think some of them coming to Game Pass or stuff. But people would obviously be like, oh my God, they're raising the price $2 or $5. Granted, I'm not for raising prices. I'd rather just pay what I currently pay. But at some point, it's like all the other subscription services in the world are just anything. Have you stepped into a supermarket and see how much eggs are recently? It's like prices go up constantly. And like Game Pass has been the same price. And not buying, like playing Wo Long and having a lot of fun with that and not having to spend $60 was incredible. Same thing with the Atomic Heart. Liked Atomic Heart, didn't love it, but I certainly probably wouldn't have liked it as much if I paid $60 for it. And it was like, that's $120 right there. I played 2 games. $120 right there value. And Ultimate is $180 a year. It's like, that paid for it in itself. Not to mention Hi-Fi Rush. Like, that dropped in Game Pass on day one, $30. I didn't buy it. I played the shit out of it, though. But it's like, I don't need to own it, because I'm not necessarily one who, like, I have to own everything. Like, let me just play this game. So it's like, I've already gotten, I don't know. Not to mention, like, the other games that have come to Game Pass I played. Like, it's totally worth it to me. Am I going to buy Starfield? Probably not. Why would I? It's right there for me to play. Am I going to buy Redfall?
Forever.
Probably not. I'm just going to play it on Game Pass. Why would I? I'm not too concerned about owning stuff. I'm going to play it once and probably never play it again. That's kind of how I operate. Why would, I'm not saying maybe I get review copies or whatever, but my plan right now is like, I didn't even buy Halo Infinite. Why? Because it's on Game Pass. Who cares? Like, why am I spending extra money? Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just a cheap ass. But if something's there and it's going to be in the subscription for a long time or forever, like Xbox first party games are, I'm not spending money I don't need to. You know what I mean? And I don't need to spend money on that. And I'm not someone who's like, I need to own this to make sure I have it forever.
Well, the thing is, right, I found that recently I've sort of like, even though like there are games hitting Game Pass, and like I believe, maybe it won't be there at launch, but Diablo 4 will probably be in Game Pass eventually. I bought Diablo 4. If I love a game enough, and they're off, I'm sorry, I'm like causing the downfall of the industry. But if I love a game enough, and it has some like premium stuff for like, I don't know, has some like premium stuff for deluxe edition, like it has like I don't know, special skin or some random junk. I will literally buy a deluxe edition just to get the random skin. Not only have I done that for Diablo, I've done it twice for Diablo. I bought the collector's edition physical, the deluxe edition separately, because I want to get that horse, because there's like a cool wolf horse you get in World of Warcraft if you have the Diablo deluxe edition. And I'm probably going to buy it on PC as well, so that I can play it on PC when I don't have access to my Xbox for whatever reason. So yeah, if I love a game enough, I will buy for all that extra stuff. And I think Microsoft has actually got some data that I saw a while ago that people who are in Game Pass, they tend to like, most people are like me. They don't save money. If they've got a budget for gaming and they're saving money with Game Pass, they'll spend that budget on something else. They'll buy a deluxe edition, or they'll buy some more Overwatch points or something, So it's kind of like, it helps people to save money, but it also helps the ecosystem for people to spend their money on other stuff. Not everyone is as tight-fisted as you, Rand, is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm tight. I mean, bro, I played Warzone for like 300 hours, never spent a dime on it. You know how much time I spent on PUBG? Granted, I bought the game $30, but they have all those You know how much money I spent in game on that? Zero.
Nope.
Nothing.
Wow.
I played Rainbow Six Siege for 200 hours. You know how much money I spent on Rainbow Six Siege microtransactions? Nothing.
Tell us, bro.
Nothing.
Wow.
Because none of that stuff. Because none of that stuff is. None of that stuff is worth it. Like, even if I played Fortnite, you know how many characters I would buy? 0. Because none of that is worth anything to me. Well, actually, if they came up with like a Randall Thor character for Fortnite, Wheel of Time, maybe I would have to buy that. I don't know. It would have to be something it would have to be something I like truly care about. But otherwise, why? I know like the free to play games are based, like we operate based off of like the people who I ain't spending money on your shit. And to get me to spend money on something, it would have to be incredible. And it would probably have to be tailored to me. Otherwise, I don't care. You're not getting my money. You might get your initial purchase from me, but you're not getting anything extra from me. I don't know. That's just kind of the way I've always been. I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say. That's kind of the way I've always been. You put out on Twitter that you think Ubisoft Plus is imminent, huh?
Yeah, imminent.
What do you mean by imminent? Are we talking about like next week? Imminent? We talking
real soon? I don't know exactly when, but like we saw in a February build of the Xbox dashboard that the iconography for Ubisoft Plus is now on the Xbox as of February, somewhere around there. So that means like where those little white icons you see on the thumbnail of games. There's one for Ubisoft Plus now, and that's been there for a few weeks. But I've seen some other movement on the Xbox backend that suggests that they are setting up APIs and doing that kind of stuff, and probably it is pretty damn close at this point. I would hope. But yeah, I think it's pretty imminent. Don't know anything more than that, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The thing is, I'd only really care if Ubisoft Plus is part of Game Pass, and you said you don't think it is, or you don't know if it will be. It doesn't seem like it will, right?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure, but wouldn't be surprised.
It would be a big thing for the service if it
Typically,
was.
typically, all the little overlay icons, as far as I know, has something to do with the Xbox platform. You know, it's either like EA Play, part of Game Pass, Xbox Series X Enhanced, part of the Xbox platform. If Ubisoft Plus is not part of Game Pass or whatever, I'm not sure they'd go with full-blown iconography for it, but maybe they would. I don't know.
Maybe.
Just kind of speculating out of nothing, really.
Xbox exclusive Arc 2, which was included in Xbox's E3 last year, where they said, hey, everything you're going to play, everything you see here, you're going to be able to play in 12 months. Well, Arc 2 laughed and said, hey, we're being delayed until the end of 2024. So much for that.
Yeah.
So, but I still have people say that, like, you didn't read the fine print. Like, okay, sure. How does Arc 2 how does Arc 2 go from, well, you're supposed to play it before June of 2023 to actually by the end of 2024 maybe you might play it.
Well, did you see there's a bunch of drama about
Oh
that
yeah,
as well.
because they're also doing an Arc 1 $40 remaster, but then that's going to kill everything from the OG game. So yeah, everybody's pissed off about that.
Every time I hear about Studio Wildcard, it's some bullshit they're playing. So I don't really know. Honestly, I don't know why Arc's so popular in the first place.
It is very popular on Xbox. Very popular.
It's super popular, but I don't know why, because it's the jankiest game I've ever played in my entire life.
What else people are really upset about? And I don't care at all. I don't care about this at all, but I figured I'd bring it up. And I'm sorry, MVG, that I said I don't care. I don't know if you're listening, but apparently Microsoft has blocked a whole bunch of emulators on the Xbox Store that people were running in retail mode, but you can still access in dev mode, and a lot of people are pissed off.
Yes.
I don't care. Am I wrong for? I don't care like at all. I mean,
no, I don't really care either. I mean, it was kind of inevitable, frankly, because it's not a great look for Nintendo if they're trying to sell some of their like classic games or whatever through their subscription service, PlayStation Online or wherever not PlayStation, Nintendo Online or wherever they call it. And it's really good. They've got like the Game Boy emulator, and they've got all the loads of good games on there and stuff. Not a good look if you can just like literally buy an Xbox Series S, emulate all that shit for free, but for essentially the cost of a Nintendo Switch Lite or whatever they call it. So it's kind of inevitable that this was going to happen at some point, and the rumor is that indeed it was something to do with Nintendo. A letter leaked from Microsoft Dev Center, I believe, or it's like an email or something from the Azure team suggesting that due to legal something or other, we've had to restrict this, and it was mainly Nintendo stuff that was being emulated. Nobody's emulating, I don't know, Amiga on there.
Well, I think
I think it is possible.
I was reading some of the threads just to be like, oh, okay, let's see what. I think somebody was saying that, like, yeah, Nintendo Microsoft has a relationship with Nintendo. Maybe they want to keep it cordial, so they blocked it on retail mode. You can still access it on dev mode. I think I read somewhere that like I don't know if I say it right. Xenia, they like the people who do like 360 emulation have it on too, and Microsoft obviously sells back compat games, and maybe that could be a factor in
maybe
blocking
it's obviously,
it. I don't know.
It's obviously legal stuff. Like I don't know why anyone would be shocked about this. It's not Microsoft being like, we're gonna screw over those dudes. It's purely a case of, oh, this is legal. I've actually had people from Xbox like message me and be like, well, did you see this? We think this is really cool and stuff. But obviously you're gonna end up with legal problems. Nintendo is famously like, I don't know for sure if it is Nintendo or whatever, but it probably is. No, but Nintendo's like these dudes like they're going around suing teenagers for holding like unsanctioned Smash Brothers tournament, for God's sake. Nintendo lawyers are bloodthirsty, man. They're out for blood. If you're making a console that allows for all this functionality, it's probably legally a grey area, I would say. In the UK, it's definitely not a legal grey area. Version shifting is illegal thanks to our ridiculous government. So even if you own the original copy of a PlayStation or any game, you cannot make a backup of that game, and you cannot run it on a different platform because version shifting of digital content is illegal per the Digital Millennium Copyright Act or wherever they call it. But it is legal. Version shifting and backing up your own content is legal in most states in America, I think. So like there's this whole sort of debate about like how it's a gray area, I guess. But if you're Microsoft and you're a big corporation and stuff, it's probably less of a gray area when Nintendo's lawyers come and knock it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what else we got here? E3. Let's since E3 is dead, which is unfortunate. I know a lot of people were looking forward to going this year, like to experience maybe FanFest and maybe Microsoft having a live show. Let me ask you this, Jez. Do you think Microsoft's having a live show this year, or do you think it's going to be a digital show once again, like pre-recorded?
Pretty sure it's going to be a digital show.
So it'll be a digital show. So no real reason to go there unless you can go to Summer Games Fest, and they'll probably have a watch party again. But is it really worth spending all that money to go watch it when you can just watch it from your own house? I would say,
people do that for BlizzCon, man.
BlizzCon, but BlizzCon's a little different. Let me ask you this question. With E3 not happening, are you actually going this year? Or is your company just going to be like, no, there's no way.
Chance.
No chance?
No chance. Well, it was looking like I wasn't even going to be able to go anyway. Because of...
We'll be able to have Xbox 2. We'll be able to have 2 Xbox 2 shows that week. Monday, the day after, and then Friday with a bunch of people, probably. What we did last year?
We'll do that. We'll do a big E3 Xbox 2 mega show. Yeah. We'll have to get on like all the cool peeps from the community.
Yeah, we get the cool peeps in here. We'll get like Cognito. We'll get Eat Colt. Maybe we'll get King David. Forte we can grab. Gaz we can have on. Maybe we even reach out to Paris.
Man, we could have like a mega show.
Yeah, we could.
Like 50 people in there.
You know who wouldn't be invited? You know who wouldn't be invited?
Who, Rand?
That Special Nick definitely would not. I would not extend an invitation. I'm doing Xbox 3 with him this week on his channel.
Yeah. He's he wanted it to be an Xbox 4, but I just can't do that late, man. Yeah. Like they'd be going live just about now, as we're like coming to the end of our show, and I think my girlfriend would be kind of mad at me.
Your girlfriend probably really mad.
3 in the morning.
You already go late, and this show's already probably going to go over 4 hours, and it's going to be past midnight. But hey, you got to make up for last week. Tell her it's okay that you had to do it to make up for the 10-year, for not doing it last week. Supernova says, chance for Avowed gameplay this showcase? Hashtag Jimmy Boy? I mean, probably very likely.
Unless
90%, the game got just not coming until 2025. Because that's the other thing I was thinking. I was talking to Colt about this. I was like, trying to think what could be at the show, because we don't know if they're going to do the 12-month thing again, and if they do, that would obviously change what I would expect. But like, I was like, bro, maybe they show Fable. And he was like, no, Fable's not coming out to like 2025. I'm like, I know Fable's not coming out to 2025, but hear me out. Hear me out. We haven't seen Fable since 2020. We haven't seen Perfect Dark since 2020. We haven't seen Avowed since 2020. We haven't seen State of Decay 3 since 2020. We haven't seen Everwild since 2020, right? There's a whole bunch of games you haven't seen since 2020. And it's like, it's been 3 years, just June. Are you saying the time between the first time we saw Fable and the next time we saw Fable would be 4 years? I was like, maybe they could do a small thing for Fable this year. You know, like, and then not really show it again to 2025 or whatever year it's coming out. You know, I'm just like thinking in my head, I was like, they have a whole bunch of games nobody's got an update from since 2020. Like, why shouldn't we expect something this year from, I mean, granted, Avowed, sure, but like, why not expect something from one of the other ones? You know, like, usually...
Where the hell is Contraband?
Yeah, where's Contraband? That was shown off for the first time in 2021. It was like, it's 2023. Shouldn't we get another look at it? When's that get? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a part of me that's like, and Matt talked about Fable last year about how he wants to show it, but Playground doesn't, and Playground won't let him show it until they think it's ready to be shown. Like, what if this is the year to be like, all right, yeah, you can show this little bit of Fable. Not saying it'd be gameplay or whatever, but I don't know. I was just kind of thinking, like, because it'd be a long time to go from initial reveal and then 4 years later to finally seeing it a second time. But
we all know Microsoft operates in strange way.
They do. So I don't know. What else? Multiversus got pulled, which I thought was kind of funny. Basically,
I didn't I tell you about that?
You did tell me about it. Yes, you told me
Like
about
last
that.
month.
You told me about the Suicide Squad getting delayed, which still, by the way, has not officially gotten delayed.
Yeah, which is interesting.
What
The fact that the source who told me about that also told me that Multiverses was being pulled offline.
Yeah,
That kind of adds, credence.
Has that guy? Trey Brown wants to know where the hell is Exomecha? Probably dev issues. I think they posted something maybe in 2021. I was like, we're going offline for a bit. I don't know. Has that guy? Since the guy seems to be a good source, has he said anything to you recently?
Oh yeah, some things. Yeah.
Anything that you can share live, or can you share with me later after the show?
No. Maybe if you're a good boy.
I'm always a good boy. I want to know some stuff. All right, so Jez won't share what this guy's told him, but he'll let me know, and we'll see if it's any good.
Maybe.
E3. Let's talk about some of our favorite moments at E3 since it's dead. What is your favorite moment from E3, or things that stick out in your mind about all that? That they call Gamer Christmas. I always was waiting every single year. Couldn't wait to watch the showcases from everybody. But what is your memories of E3 like?
Man, like, I remember being terrified, actually. The first time I was at E3, I think it was the first time, well, no, actually, no. It was the second time I've been in America, but the first time I was in America, I was sort of like part of a big group and sort of like didn't have to think for myself. It was the first time I was in America basically by myself. So kind of terrified. Not only terrified because of that, but also terrified because, going to see game devs and, E3 is just kind of daunting. It's sort of sad the way it's unraveled, but it was always like E3 was this big mythical thing. Like, I never expected I'd be able to attend E3. Like, if you'd have told me in my 20s that I'd be going to E3, I just would never have believed it. But it was always one of those things. Like, man, I dream of going to E3. Stuff like that. Just as a fan, not necessarily as a journalist. That if someone had told me I was going as a journalist, I'd believe it even less. But if it was like you go there as a fan, like, yeah, that's one thing. But anyway, I don't know. My top memories of E3. just all of it, really. Like just being able to go, and they're always such a blur because I've only been there in a work capacity. I never went to any of the Xbox fan events or anything. Sadly, I would have loved to have gone to one of them, but never got invited. And just meeting all the people from Twitter and all the friends I've made at Microsoft and other companies in the industry, other journalists. It's always about the people more than the games, really. The games are amazing, but it's the people that make the games and the people that work in the games industry they're just so inspiring and smart and interesting to talk to. And then just hanging out with peeps like you, man. And sadly, I don't think there's going to be an event quite like it ever again.
Yeah, that's kind of the sad thing. Is it certainly seems like live events are kind of going to be a way of the past, right? Maybe BlizzCon still happens. I don't know, but
I think there'll be conventions like fan events where
but like
stuff like that. But
those moments,
trade
right,
shows,
where 2019. Keanu Reeves coming out and people losing their minds and the guy going, "You're breathtaking," and Keanu like, that's only something that can happen there, right? Those moments you get someone I still remember vividly where I was when Final Fantasy 13 got announced for Xbox. I still remember that because it was like, damn, I'm gonna get a PlayStation for it, and then it came and it was just like, what? Like, oh my god, right? Watching the Nintendo shows and, the Wii music stuff and having all the GIFs, having all the hype threads at the different forums I used to frequent, right? Being in party chat with my friends, talking about what we wanted to see or what we were excited about. Seeing Cliffy B bring out Gears, or Gears 2 or Mass Effect, and like just having like that whole, it wasn't just one show, it was like a whole plethora of shows. It was like, all right, you're sitting down and you're watching Microsoft. All right, next is Ubisoft. All right, here's EA. All right, here's Nintendo. Okay, here's Play. It was just like everything you wanted to see all in like a day or two, right? And it was amazing. You just basically sat down there, ordered some food, got some snacks, and just kind of just zoned out while just watching some cool trailers and being excited about, the future of the games you'd be playing, right? PlayStation's epic 2013 show where they basically just destroyed the Xbox One, and they didn't have to use a degraded game to do it either. They just were $100 cheaper and said, "Here's how you share games." And it was just like, I remember being at home watching Xbox One's, like watching the reveal of Xbox One the first time and just being like, I don't know if I want an Xbox anymore. Maybe we should get a PlayStation. Then watching the reveal and then watching E3 where it was like Killer Instinct and Rise and Dead Rising. You're like, okay, you feel a little bit better, but they're still doing this stupid stuff. And then they got rid of it. But then that night when you're watching PlayStation and they're like, we're $3.99, and you're like, oh shit. And they're like, here's the video. The most epic console war thing ever. Here's how you share. And you just knew right then and there, you knew, damn it, Xbox is done for. They're dead. And yeah, well, they essentially were. But obviously my favorite moment, just like you, I never thought I would go to E3 ever. Right? I mean, I'm nobody. Even when I started podcasting, nobody really knew who I was. I was like, I'm never going to be at the E3. And then I was able to meet Phil, played a bunch of games with them, became friends with them, and it kind of was like, hey, maybe do you want to break 1 million gamer score with us at E3? And I was like, for real? I was like, and yeah, that happened. Like Phil's like, let's do it, and like I was finally able to go to E3 through FanFest.
What was the achievement again?
It was for beating Ori. I forget the name of the achievement. It's like the journey ends. It was very apropos. Journey ends 1 million, and it kind of did end because I was like, what's the point after? I saw somebody today, True Achievements tweeted this out. Somebody's trying to get 1 million gamer score as fast as possible, and he put up 250,000 gamer score in a day.
In a day?
In a day, in a single day. Yeah.
How?
Because there's so many easy games now. Like, there's a whole bunch of games that have 5,000, 4,000, 3,000 that take 10 minutes. It's like, you can basically get a super high score now, and it means nothing. I mean, not like it meant anything anyways back when I did it, but at least it required, there's a bunch of time and a bunch of money you had to spend. Nowadays, it's like you can basically buy these games that are essentially gamer score wrapped up in a game that you play for 5 minutes. It's pathetic. But yeah, Phil invited me to go to E3, and we went to FanFest, and I met like Tim Dog, I met Maka, I met South, I met a whole bunch of people from the community, and this was in 2016. We were doing TXR at the time. It wasn't like it would be now, where like me and you have been doing Xbox 2 for as long as we have, and I get the channel. I didn't even have a YouTube channel at that point either. So I got to hang out with everybody, got to talk to the executives, and then I got to do it, and like got to be at the show floor, got to experience what I've always dreamed of. Like that was a dream of mine, being able to experience, and I got to go at least once.
We didn't start the podcast after you started YouTube, did we? Or the other way around, sorry.
We started
the YouTube channel became before the podcast.
Yes, I started my YouTube channel the end of 2016. Like I want to say September of 2016. We didn't start the podcast until April of 2017. So, yeah,
not too long then.
Not too long after it. But that's where me and you, our friendship kind of blossomed. We met at E3, we started talking a lot, then and then we started talking more and more and more, and it was just like, hey, let's start a podcast, and we've been doing it ever since. And some people say it's their favorite podcast, some people say it's their favorite Xbox podcast. I'm always humbled when people include us and say those things, because I know how many podcasts there are that are amazing. So it's always kind of like, it's a humble
ones with more professional,
more professionalism. Like we get included with people like, you're my favorite podcast in general, not just gaming, but podcast in general, which is nuts because there's so many other huge podcasts out there that are great. So to hear like, we have, I think I 3 hours in, 3+ hours in, I think we still have over 1,300 people watching. That's nuts to me. That's crazy. Like I never thought that would happen. And we're just BSing about stuff like we do every single week, talking about games, talking about Xbox, making fun of Jim Ryan, the best things about gaming, right?
Lion,
yeah,
and smooth.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, even so, E3 dying is a sad thing because I have a lot of memories, man.
It is sad.
I've like waking up early, watching all that stuff, just binging gaming, and just being excited for the future. Everything, and it's just that's gonna be gone, and I don't think anything's gonna replace it. I mean, you look at what PlayStation used to be heavily involved in that. Now it's like they do state of plays. And maybe they do a showcase once a year. They didn't even do one last year. Xbox, they used to have a live event where the fans would roar every single time something cool would happen. When they announced Back Compat for the first time, I remember seeing that. I was like, whoa, Back Compat, that's nuts, right? People used to go crazy. Now it's all just going to be digital because they realize you don't really need E3 in this digital age. Like, why do a live show when you can control the message and do it whenever you want? Why spend all that money? So it's a bit sad. It's basically the pandemic destroyed it, but it was sort of moving that way anyways because Nintendo was doing directs and PlayStation was doing state of plays, so it kind of seemed like a natural evolution. It's just sad, bro. Yeah,
it is sad. I think like the truth is that the pandemic accelerated the inevitable. I think E3 had failed to really tap into influencer culture and Twitch and all that kind of stuff, and kids today, they don't care about E3. They don't even know what it is. They get all their infos from the YouTubes and the Twitches and the TikToks and the Instagrams and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think E3 was kind of a relic popular with our generation, maybe, and our generation's getting old, and we don't play as many games anymore. Some of us, got kids, got jobs, and I
mean, I just think about like watching it in 2013, which is 10 years ago, and I was 31, or watching it in 2006 or 2007, or watching Peter Moore on stage. I think it was Peter Moore on stage in 2007 when he screwed up Guitar Hero. Right? What was 2007? That would be, how old was I in 2007? I was 31 in 2013. That's another, 6 years? So 25. Like,
God, that's a long time ago, bro.
thinking about like, yeah, I know, right? And it's like, oh, time flies, but you still remember those things. I remember the Halo 2 demo, seeing that.
Mm. So I wasn't even fully aware of E3 until like I think the first time I watched a full E3 was when they revealed Kinect. So I'm kind of like late to the party because, as you might expect, I was just all about World of Warcraft up until that point.
Unfortunately, you missed out on some good stuff, Jez.
I did, yeah. I missed out on loads of games from the original Xbox era, the 360 era as well, to some degree. Yeah. I don't know. Sad that it's going, but probably inevitable. I guess we'll see what Jeff Keighley does with the pieces.
Yeah, it's never
pressing ahead with his Summer Game Fest pretty hard.
Yeah, it's never gonna be what E3 was. And I mean, I like Jeff, but man, he was really quick to dance on the grave of E3. He was so quick to do that.
It wasn't very classy, I thought.
No, but he runs a business or whatever, so I understand it. I get why, but still, kind of, yeah, it didn't seem very tactful, No. But
especially considering, like, lots of people have worked pretty hard to try and bring that back, despite all the challenges, pandemic, blah blah. But Victor goes the spoils and all that stuff. And my own company, actually, we've started our own show called the Future Game Show. I don't know if you've seen that.
I did. Yes, I've seen that. Yeah.
Which is funny because I don't think Future even knows I exist, but we do have our own game show within the company, and it's funny because it's run by Games Radar, I think, who's part of Future, who own Windows Central and employ me, but they never want to involve us for some reason. I don't know why.
All right, so we're gonna be doing some questions for Patreon. So you can always submit a question over at patreon.com/XB2. Link is in the description. Drop some questions. Get access to the Xbox 2 Ultimate Show next week, as well as Xbox 2+1 later in the month. We do have a member chat here from Sith Lord. I always hope to get a kidney. Make sure all was good. Fly down to E3 and thank you in person for always giving me a great podcast to listen to. I mean, that can still happen, Sith Lord. We never know what the future holds. Maybe, they do a fan fest next year. We all go to fan fest and we can all have an Xbox 2 meetup where we could meet you. So, you never, this year doesn't sound like it's going to happen, but you never know what the future holds. So,
we'll see.
Let's got some Patreon questions. So if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you're new. Let's see. We got Jamie Mulholland, and people were able to ask 2 questions this week because we didn't do a show last week. So Jamie Mulholland says, are you guys going to see the new Mario movie, or is that not quite your thing? I will.
Well, I'll let Rand go first.
Well, I'm not going to go to the show to see the movie. I haven't been to the theater since Joker in 2019. I don't know if I'll ever go back to the show, honestly. Things come to digital really quickly. I already saw that the Mario movie's coming to digital by the end of the month. And so I will watch the Mario movie without a shadow of a doubt, but I'll watch it when I can watch it at home.
Yeah.
What about you?
I actually think me and my girlfriend are planning to go and watch it because my girlfriend, I always say my girlfriend isn't a gamer, but she actually did finish New Super Mario Brothers on the Nintendo Switch. So she'll actually appreciate it. So, yeah, we're gonna go and check it out, I think. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go and see it. I'm not a huge Mario fan. Like, I love the side-scrolling 2D Marios, but I really don't really like the 3D Marios at all. Kind of like same situation with Sonic. But I love Jack Black though. Jack Black is a god. I wish
He is
so
amazing.
much that he was my dad.
He is amazing.
He's just so cool.
We have Ryan Kipple saying, speaking of movies, what is the one of your most memorable movie moments in the theater? Mine would be the Darth Maul lightsaber fight in Phantom Menace. I was only 9 at the time, and that hit me hard. You have any movies?
Because like whenever people ask me these kind of questions, I always try and hear what the first thing that pops into my head was, and it was the Darth Maul fight from Phantom Menace. Seeing that in the cinema, goosebumps. You know, absolutely incredible. Because I must have been like, I don't know, when did that come out? 99? Did it come out in 1999? Phantom Menace. I think it did.
Yeah, 99 should have.
Yeah, so I was like 11 in 99. So, yeah, that was so cool. And I suppose like, you know, it's kind of like, because obviously I was too young to have seen the original Star Wars movies in the cinema. So it was kind of like the prequel trilogy became my Star Wars, even though like even as a kid I was aware of how the discourse was about them. Like people saying it wasn't as good as originals, whatever, but that they were my Star Wars movies, god damn it. But yeah, but there's another one I remember actually. First time I was truly terrified in the cinema. I was about, and this is really embarrassing. I was so scared I had to leave the cinema. But in my defense, I was like 4, 5, 6 years old, and it was the original Addams Family that my aunt had took me to see, and it's one of my earliest memories. But you know the scene in the original Addams Family where like Wednesday and Pugsley are like they're doing like a talent show or something, and they're fencing and they're slicing each other up with these swords and they're gushing blood all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And the audience is freaking out. As a little kid, I was like, I actually distinctly remember this. I don't know how old I was, man. I was really young. I was saying to my aunt, I was saying like, all right, that's fake blood, right? That's fake blood, right? And my aunt was like, yeah, that's fake blood. But then my cousin was like, no, it's real blood. They're actually dying. I screamed. I was like, oh my god. And I had to leave, you know. But yeah, that's probably one of my most dramatic memories. But yeah.
I mean, I think I've talked about it before. Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, first time being at the show, being utterly transfixed by everything, getting emotional towards the end with Boromir and what happened to him, that whole scene. My brother, my
spoilers,
captain, my king. I'm not worried about spoilers for that. If you haven't seen it yet, whatever. Matrix 99, seeing the Matrix for the first time, blowing my mind with the concepts and the kung fu and everything. Right?
I just thought of another one actually.
What?
No, you said that. Matrix, and I know everyone's going to be triggered about this, but the Matrix Revolutions, the third one, the big war scene with the squids and stuff, the robots. That absolutely, completely blew my mind. I was like, I thought it was the coolest shit I'd ever seen in my life. Where he's standing there, like, in the mech suit, shooting, like, unloading his clips into these massive swarms of squid. I thought it was just the coolest shit ever, you know. Like, if Gembox 360 is in the chat, she'll remember, because we went to see that together, I think. But man, it was awesome. But yeah, continue, Rand. I cut you off, but I had to mention that because you were talking about the Matrix.
Yeah, those are just
awesome.
Yeah, those are just two off the top of my head that I remember. I mean, I saw Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring like 18 times at the show. You know, Return of the King like 5 times. I mean, that's my ultimate movie going experience. Was I'll always point to Fellowship of the Ring. I was just so in love with that movie that I had to share it with everybody I knew. So I love it, and I still think about it to this day, you know?
We had a console war kind of at school about what was better, The Matrix or Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
You know, nah, The Matrix.
Matrix. Moving on, we have a question here from Paul. He says, after the Activision Blizzard deal goes through, do you think their new survival game will be day and date with the Xbox? Also, will it come to PlayStation? So I guess this is a broader topic about exclusives and what Activision Blizzard, if there will be any. I know there's been, because there was some sort of language in the CMA thing yesterday that had it brought up, even though there's interviews that you can go back to, like on IGN, that, where Xbox executives said, no, there'll be exclusives. But I think you've mentioned on this show, and I think you mentioned it on Twitter about Blizzard's new survival game. You think it's going to be multi-platform, right? You think it's going to be everywhere. And even though there's no consoles announced for it, right?
Yeah. I pretty much know now that the game is called Odyssey, by the way. I wasn't sure if it was a code name or not, but I'm pretty sure the game is actually called Odyssey.
Okay.
I don't know for certain, but I'm like 90% sure that it's called Odyssey now. But I mean, me saying it's going to be multiplayer, it's not based on anything I've heard, by the way. I just kind of feel like it's probably so close to being completed in a multi-platform context that it doesn't make a lot of sense to pull it. But I could be completely wrong. I mean, Microsoft's paying a lot of money for this company. A hell of a lot of money. And they're going to want to see like some serious returns on their investment. Call of Duty is going to deliver the bulk of those returns. But it's kind of like, can you drive more value to Xbox by making this new IP exclusive? Because you will get the Blizzard fans really curious about checking it out. A lot of the Blizzard fans are on PC primarily already anyway. So like for those Blizzard fans that maybe you want to pull in from PlayStation, maybe you offer that as a, Series S bundle or something. Because from what I've seen, it doesn't look like it's going to be super graphically intensive. It does have like it does have stylized art, cartoony sort of Overwatchy, at least from what I've seen. I mean, it could be, I don't know. What I saw was very, very early footage. But what I saw kind of gave me the impression that it's going to be this stylized fairy tale kind of art. Not necessarily photorealistic like Diablo. So I expect it to, to be well optimized and run really well on the Series S. But then again, by all accounts, Diablo 4 runs really well on the Series S as well. So that kind of torpedoes that argument. But I don't know. I think it's kind of maybe you're right. Maybe it will be exclusive because Microsoft have said like for games that don't have an existing fan base, they would be seeking to make exclusives out of that stuff. And like I said earlier, they are in it to win it. And if you wanna adopt Blizzard fans into the Xbox ecosystem that maybe they don't have a gaming PC, that could be a good way to start doing it. Isn't that StarCraft 1? I believe was on PlayStation. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think it was StarCraft 1 was on PlayStation 2 in some form, unless I'm going crazy. But I think like if they did start doing StarCraft on like spin-offs, shooters, and all that kind of stuff, I can see those being exclusive as well, maybe. So yeah. Oh no, I'm wrong. StarCraft was on the Nintendo 64. I knew it was on some console in a weird way, but yeah, it was on the Nintendo 64. That is weird. Why was it on the 64? I don't know.
See, my whole thing with exclusives regarding ABK is I don't really think there'll be many games period for a while anyways, because most of those studios are going to be tied up in Call of Duty. I know there's the hope that maybe Toys for Bob gets freed up, or a studio like High Moon could get freed up or something to do something else. But even if they do, games take a long time to make, right?
Yeah.
Blizzard really doesn't make a lot of new games. I don't think there'll be an Overwatch 3. I mean, there won't be a Diablo 5 for probably a minimum 5, 6, 7 years, right? We know they're working on the survival game, you know, so it's like you don't know, like there won't be a lot of games in the short term like there kind of are with Bethesda. Like, you know, yeah, there would have been, at least with the Deathloop and Ghostwire being timed exclusives, but now it's like, okay, now I got Redfall, you got Hi-Fi Rush, you got Starfield, you're gonna have id's next game, ZeniMax game, you know, all the other studios are making stuff, right? With them, it's a little bit different. So I don't really think there'll be a lot of exclusives to be had, but I do think when something new comes out, like imagine a new Crash, right? Let's say Toys for Bob, they don't have to work on Call of Duty anymore, and they make a new Crash. I think Crash would be exclusive because I don't really think it adds that much to be everywhere. This isn't Call of Duty, right? It's Crash Bandicoot. So why not offer as exclusive? You know, I could see the reasoning for Blizzard's new game being multi-platform, especially if it's really multiplayer focused.
Yeah, well, this is the thing that like Blizzard and Battle.net, they have this whole cross-platform system now, you know, and it'd be weird to like have these features in place where you can have cross-platform progression through Battle.net, your Battle.net ID, and whatever. If your goal is to grow, because ABK is all about engagement, right? Their entire business model revolves around engagement. And so does Xbox's at the end of the day. Xbox also has consoles they want to sell, which is fine. But like, if you are about growing Battle.net's footprint, having that cross-platform progression system and cross-platform play stuff through Battle.net is something that I think, you know, you could do, you know, would do gangbusters if they offered it through PlayStation. I, for one, hope that it does come to PlayStation, just because I think, like, you know, I don't know, people are going to be like, oh god, here goes Jez with the Kumbaya again. But I really think, like, it's going to be a multiplayer game. It's going to be Fallout 76y, from what I understand. You know, sort of collaborative PvE world, fairy tale. You know, I even saw hints that there might be like, you know, setting up your own potion shop, for example, selling potions. I don't know for sure about some of these details, but I kind of, you know, I would compare it to a game like, you know, you standard survival sort of stuff like Fallout 76. I mean, they pretty much said that themselves. It's a survival game at the end of the day. I think these games work better when they're multi-platform. You know, I think Grounded would probably have a bigger footprint if it was on PlayStation and Nintendo Switch as well, especially if it was on Nintendo Switch. And honestly, if I was Microsoft, I would consider at least putting Grounded on Nintendo Switch as well. Just because it can grow fan bases, and also, you know, we've seen the way cross-platform play can really help a game. Like the fact Minecraft Dungeons, for example, is on Nintendo Switch is just so great for me personally. Like back when I was playing it, at least I stopped playing it because they nerfed my build. I always talk about that. I'm still salty about that, by the way. Mo Yang, the fact that you nerfed my soul build, I really, really am salty about that. But I really love the fact that I could just, you know, pick up and play it on another platform, you know, on a handheld, and that was before the Steam Deck was a thing, sure. But man, I ain't putting Windows on the Steam Deck anyway. Just ball ache. But I don't know. I'm rambling now. I'm getting sleepy now.
You're rambling. Well, we still got the Patreon questions. We do have a super chat here from Mark Hot, who says, "What happened to Xbox Chatter Days? I have not seen it on the Windows Central channel in weeks."
Oh, it's moved to Miles' own channel. So search for Miles Dompier on. If you search Xbox Chatter Days on YouTube, you should be able to find the new channel that it's on. It's because unfortunately, we just ran out of budget for video on Windows Central. So you know, kind of every company's been hit hard by the inflation and all that kind of stuff. And we kind of like lost our budget for video, which is why Windows Central YouTube channel is pretty much dead. But Miles wanted to carry it on, so like he moved it to his own channel.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping to make some video, and I say this all the time, but I just it's just hard to find the time to fit it in. You know.
Yeah,
We'll see what happens.
Leaky Hump says, question on Minecraft Legends previews. Guess meta for it and Redfall. I mean, I know there is previews for Minecraft Legends. I saw Windows Central had one, and XCast put out their previews and stuff, and sounds like a game, you know, that if you're into Minecraft and maybe an RTS fan, that's something you might like. What would the meta be for it? I don't know. It's tough to say. Because I'm not really plugged into the RTS stuff, so it's hard to really guess. I maybe, you know what I mean, Jez? You know, I just kind of look at him like, I don't know. I mean, maybe if the other people who are going to review it into that, if they are, maybe they'll like it and score it high. If they aren't, maybe they won't. I don't know. As for Redfall, maybe low 80s, I would guess. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's not much. I mean, the game comes out in a month, so we don't got long to wait. But not really sure with either of those two.
Yeah, I can't really talk about Minecraft Legends, but with regards to Redfall, I would probably predict, just based on all that we've seen in the previews, probably the 80s, somewhere mid to low 80s, probably.
Yeah.
But I think like optimization will play a part in that. Like, does the online stuff work properly on day one? Because if it doesn't, that's one thing that can scupper a score if there's launch day issues. So we'll see.
Sith Lord has a question in the Patreon. Where do you rank Halo 2? I asked because Special Nick said it was the worst Halo. I think it's one of the best, but I was curious on where you rank it. Thank you. Well, you shouldn't really take anything Special Nick says about anything Xbox-related exclusives because he doesn't like Xbox games. So I don't know why you would listen to him about what's good in Halo. If you want to know, if you want to know about Rocket League, ask Nick. If you want to know about Xbox games, don't ask him. You know?
Oh my god!
What,
man? I don't. You know, you all know that I don't like Halo.
I know you don't like it. We know, yes.
But Halo 2 is clearly not the worst Halo game.
No, Halo 2. If I had to rank them, it's number one. It's the best Halo game. You could probably even make an argument as the best game Xbox has ever published, right?
Man.
I mean, you could make an argument. Like, objectively,
no, you could not.
Objectively, Jez, if you step back and look at what they've published over the years, name me a game that has as much impact as Halo 2.
Yeah, impact, blah, blah,
I'm
blah.
just saying.
Impact.
But Halo 2 is also rated incredibly high, so it's not like it's an 80-something, you know? So Halo 2 would be number one for me. Anyways.
A lot of people, I haven't played Reach, but a lot of people do say Reach.
I do like Reach. It'd be like Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo Reach.
Halo Wars 2 is the best Halo.
Yeah. You can say that, but I wouldn't include it. Achievement says, with so many games switching to Unreal, it's sad to see so many proprietary engines die. Resident Evil engine has been my favorite engine as late due to how versatile it is and how stunning the games can look. Before that, Capcom had MT Framework that started with Lost Planet and ended with Monster Hunter Worlds. Is it me thinking what some of your favorite game engines are? Crytek, idTech, Decima, Red Engine? I mean, yeah, a lot of games are moving over to Unreal, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Unreal's just sort of like solidifying its place as the de facto. The reason Unreal does so well is partially because of like it makes it easy to, you know, extrapolate to multiple platforms, I believe. I don't really know that much about it, but that's one reason why people use Unity a lot. Because you can literally just click a button and export a Unity game, in some cases, straight to mobile, straight to Xbox, straight to PlayStation, straight to Nintendo Switch. Very, very easily. But like Unity comes with like some of its own downsides and whatever. It's not very powerful. But where like Unreal has way more power in its high-end gaming features, it's also gained some ground on cross-platform stuff, from what I understand. You know, I am a dev, but it's just what, you know, I've read in our dev channel on the Xbox 2 Discord, by the way, which you can join, discord.gg/XB2. We have our own special URL for Discord now, Rand.
Yeah.
We're truly going up in the world. But yeah, it is kind of sad in a way because you can always kind of feel when a game's on Unreal Engine. They always feel a certain way, kind of. And it's kind of nice when games feel a little bit different every now and then. I don't know what Blizzard calls its engines internally, but all Blizzard uses all of its own stuff, I guess, which is something. And obviously the RE engine is totally amazing. You know, this isn't sort of related to the question so much, but it kind of is because you mentioned the Cry engine. But did you see this week, or was it last week, that they put out well, no, Crytek put out a tweet about Rise.
Yes. Do you think that means
and it really
anything?
blew up. I don't know, man. It seriously blew up. I thought that was really interesting.
They own the IP. It's possible they go back to it and be multi-platform, which would be... I mean, I would just want to Rise too. I wouldn't necessarily care if it's exclusive or not, although some people would be like, what? It's not exclusive?
Mm.
I mean, my favorite engine is probably... I don't know. I always liked the id Tech engine. It was always very nice. I really haven't played... Well, the only game I played on Decima was Death Stranding.
Isn't Ghost of Tsushima on Decima?
No, I don't think Ghost of Tsushima's on Decima. But a lot of the PlayStation games are on proprietary engines. A lot of Xbox games are on, Unreal. Playground has Forza Tech. That's always worked well. Like Forza Horizon looks incredible. But I mean, you are right. Resident RE engine looks really damn good. It works so well for the Resident Evil games.
I was truly shocked how well Exoprimal handled on the Resident Evil engine, because it's a completely different kind of game. And the sheer amount of high quality looking dinosaurs that game spews onto your screen is absurd without even a hint of performance degradation. That is like wizardry, man. And I've got reservations about whether Exoprimal will actually be a good game or not. But you cannot deny the sheer power of RE Engine. They should package that shit and sell it, man. They'll probably make a killing. But... IDK. One thing that people often talk about with regards to engines is like, why doesn't Microsoft, add the id Tech engine to GameStack and sell that? Why didn't they want to compete with Unreal and stuff? I would guess that Microsoft probably benefits a lot from the relationship they have with Epic Games as a result of using their engine so much. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
They probably get like some kind of special arrangement there.
Probably a discounted bundle. Something like that. Next question from Silas. First off, congratulations to Jez and the future Mrs. Jerry Corden on their anniversary weekend. Is there a ring upcoming, or did the Diablo statue purchase? Did the Diablo statue purchase push back the acquisition?
Oh man, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I was wondering how much your friends and family are aware of your online life. Rand, when you are around people you know, are they aware of you? Are they aware of your YouTube influencer career? And are they aware that you're the co-host of one of the most popular Xbox podcasts in the world? Do they address you as Rand? Matthew? Man with the million? Jez, is your family able to appreciate what you do, making a living in tech, or do they perceive you as playing games for a living? For my bonus question. All right, so let's take that one.
Man,
you want to go ahead, Jez? What does your family think?
Well, I was going to say, like, when I first started this, my family was so concerned because I was like, I was doing high school. I was working as an IT guy for a high school and a bunch of restaurants and stuff. As a contractor or whatever. And there was a steady job. I worked there for 5 years, and it was minimum wage, but it was a steady, stable, safe kind of job, which is like what my family kind of does, is these steady, safe, stable kind of jobs. And while I was working there, um, waiting for the phone to ring in my office to get the next job or whatever, I was blogging. I was writing about Xbox and stuff. And then eventually Windows Central offered me a job, and they were paying me way more than what the schools were for doing IT. So I was like, man, it kind of doesn't make any sense for me to continue being an IT guy, um, purely from a financial perspective. So when I told my family, I was like, I'm quitting being an IT guy. I'm going to be writing full time. They were so concerned because they just didn't believe it was a real job. They were like, "What? You can make money writing?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's like journalism." But they were like, "Yeah, but online for some website, They didn't get it, and for years they didn't get it. Like my grandparents didn't get it explicitly. And they were like, "Ah, man, I can't believe Jez has done this." Um, but since I was on, you remember I was on that DB, that TV channel
Yes,
recently,
the one that had no audio. Yes.
the one that had no audio yet. Since that, they finally understand what I do. I think even though the audio is broken, they were like, "Oh, I get it now. You're a journalist." I was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I'm a journalist." I was trying to say, you can be a journalist of things other than wars and business and whatever. And so yeah, they've finally started to come around to it, but man, it took a really long time.
I'm so as for me, yeah, I mean my family knows I do YouTube. They didn't really understand I mean they understood what it was, but they were just like, "Eh." But now it's like, "Oh, okay," like they get it. They know I podcast. They know Fridays for podcasts. My sister is, I don't know if they're aware it's one of the biggest Xbox podcasts out there, but they are aware that it's popular, or at least what goes for popular around here. I mean, sometimes my sister actually watches, and sometimes I think her fiance or her husband now actually super chatted. So at least a couple of them are aware. As for what nobody calls me Rand. Nobody really calls me Matthew. My family calls me Matt. So yeah, I mean they're aware of everything. It's more probably like extended family that don't really know. I'm going to my sister's wedding. There are people that came up to me that were like, "So what are you doing?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I do this YouTube." Like, YouTube? What do you talk about? I was like, "Oh, this." Like, and you could do that? I'd be like, "Yeah." Like, there's still some people that don't really understand the ins and the outs of the online segment, right?
Yeah.
But no, my immediate family all knows. So his second question is: with AAA games taking 5+ years to develop, do you think during the pre-production scoping process needs to evolve? Something that is popular today may not be in 5 to 7 years. Over the past few months, we've seen several games as a service fall by the wayside, and I'm sure these were greenlit years ago. Do games need to be smaller so that they can get out quicker? Will AI help to condense the dev time? Will publishers become even more risk-averse and only greenlight proven IP and game types? There's a lot there. There's a lot there,
yeah.
Jez.
I get the general gist. Is like, there are huge challenges around like how long it takes to make a game these days. There's also like a huge pushback against things like crunch, which is a good thing. I'm not saying it's not, but there's also like the whole sort of the debate about like, okay, so there's so much more cost involved because like if we're not, if we're trying to maintain a healthy work-life balance, which we should, then you're going to need more devs, and more devs leads to all sorts of problems, because like you get more Potentially more conflict, more need for more management, and the costs spiral. When a game gets bigger and bigger and bigger, more complex, and that's what gamers are demanding. Gamers are demanding bigger, more complex stuff in exchange for their ongoing patronage. Generally speaking, at least. But I think the answer is there's no one size fits all here. I think like for some games probably should be smaller and probably will end up being smaller, And I think there's enough room in the industry where um loads of different kinds of models can exist. But I think a lot of big publishers are probably starting to see the upper limits of, you know, that sort of trying to capture that Fortnite lightning in a bottle. When Fortnite dropped, it feels like every publisher was like, okay, we need a Fortnite. We need a Fortnite that is going to subsidize our business for the next 10 years or whatever. So every publisher went all in trying to get their Fortnite basically. EA got pretty lucky with Apex Legend. But they've always had FIFA, which is, as big as COD essentially in terms of how much money it makes. But FIFA always had that nasty overhead of having to pay FIFA for licensing and stuff, which is no longer a thing because now they've changed the name of it now to EA Football, EAFC or something like that. I can't remember what they're called.
They don't want to pay the license anymore. I even saw like Jeff Grubb said like the future maybe is licenses like Harry Potter, Spider-Man, because games cost so much that you need to attach something that people know to it, right?
Yeah, maybe that's how you. Yeah. I mean, but basically, like the gaming publishers, especially publicly traded ones, they demand perpetual growth. That shareholders aren't going to be interested unless they're growing. So like they're looking for ways to grow. And EA basically identified like, okay, well we can save a bunch of money if we don't pay FIFA for this license. They're trying to squeeze every drop and save every penny to find that growth in an era where the console market isn't really growing. And I think like to find that growth again, Jeff Grubb's probably right that they need to look to the normies and try and capture some of that some of the identity that comes with franchises like Harry Potter. And I think that's why increasingly they're exploring transmedia stuff. Like we just saw CD Projekt Red post its second highest year of revenue ever. And that was purely on the back of Cyberpunk's resurgence, which was on the back of a hit Netflix show, And people were like, oh, people remembered that Cyberpunk exists because the Netflix show is really good. And they did a tie-in DLC, and they've delivered a massive amount of growth on what was essentially the biggest AAA gaming disaster in history, or it's certainly up there. So yeah, I think they're just looking for different ways to grow, and I don't think there's going to be any one particular business model fits all. They're probably seeing the upper limit on how many service games can coexist all at once. I think the era of everything being service game is probably over. And I think like some studios like EA have started to realize this, which is why, they have been more willing to explore single player games like Dead Space, without microtransactions in, and find a bit of growth and revenue and income doing those sort of smaller, more niche single player games. I would hope that that's the case. But as pertains to risk aversity, I think like there might be more risk averse when it comes to service games, because I do think people are just sort of like fatigued with it, and they've got their service games that they like. Unless those service games are doing really badly, there's not room for another one in the industry. Like you saw this with MMOs, for years and years and years, there was only space in the industry for one MMO, a subscription-based MMO, and that was Warcraft. But then Warcraft had like several expansions of fuck-ups. Rand's demonetized again. And then Final Fantasy 14 slipped in the back door and ate World of Warcraft's lunch for a whole year. So I think unless like a gap opens up in the market for some of these service games, we're gonna see the subpar ones just struggle and die, like Rumbleverse and all these other ones. But yeah, it's interesting. I suppose like the point there is that the industry is dynamic and evolving, and I don't think there'll be any one particular trend that captures everything, But we'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how AI is going to change anything. I mean, I think Matt Booty talked about a little bit about some of that, maybe helping the Q&A process go through things faster, and he got lambasted for it because it's like, oh, they're gonna let people go, right?
Yeah. It's gonna happen.
Sean Layden, after leaving PlayStation, talked exactly about this, about maybe games need to be shorter. Every game is competing for your time, but everything wants to be this 30 to 50 hour open world extravaganza that keeps you playing for a long time. That justifies this cost of being $70. And is that a sustainable business model? Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. For some, maybe it's not. I mean, look at let's take example Suicide Squad, right? We talked about it earlier a little bit. Jez says, he heard it was delayed. Jason Schreier said it was going to be delayed, but they haven't announced it yet. And even Jeff Grubb said that, it might be delayed all the way to 2024. And it's one of those things where even if they delay it that long, it's not like the whole game can change. It's not like really anything can change the story. It's like, what did people really not like about it? They didn't like the fact that it was a games as a service. They want that removed, but that's whole part of like, hey, this is how we're going to make our money, and this is what people wanted years ago. And they haven't released a game since 2015. And if they don't release one until next year, that's 9 years. And if people are really not going to buy that game, Jez, I sort of feel like if Suicide Squad bombs like really badly, Warner Brothers may just shut Rocksteady down. Because it's like...
Yeah, I agree.
Because in the past, if you released a bad game that didn't sell, or just a game that didn't sell, period, you could maybe be like, eat the cost, because it didn't cost that much, and you could get a new product out in a year or two, right? Maybe 3. Nowadays, if you're building this game, and you put hundreds of millions of dollars into it, and it completely bombs, you can't really come back and make something really quick to help recover some of those costs. So it's like, if that game does fail, if Suicide Squad does fail, it's like, you didn't release anything for 9 years, you weren't generating any revenue, now this one isn't doing well, and it's going to take you 5 or 6 years to make another game, so we're going to have to bankroll the studio for another half a decade. And who knows if the next one is going to actually do any well. Like, there maybe is the risk that Rocksteady would get shut down. Just like there were rumors about Bethesda that maybe there was a chance Arcane gets shut down because their games didn't particularly sell very well. There's reports that after, Mikami left Tango, I saw a report basically saying that one of the reasons he stayed as long as he did and didn't want to leave was because he felt that if he did leave, Bethesda would have just shut Tango down. And that he probably feels more comfortable now under Microsoft, that Microsoft won't shut them down.
Yeah.
But, because games are just so expensive and they take so long. And you're right, some of the things that were popular years ago aren't popular anymore, or the market's completely saturated and you can't work your way in, and now you're screwed. So... It's
tough, man.
It's rough out there. Kraken says, "Hey guys, I feel like Gears 6 could be a huge game for Xbox with some changes. I want it to be less cheesy in the dialogue with the chatter. It took me out of Gears 5 with the cheese and a more dense world filled with a variety of enemies. I think Coalition with more than just 3 years is going to be insane, considering the quality of the last 2 games. I feel similar to the next Halo single-player experience, but it needs to be more drastic. I want them to change up from a traditional Halo single player into something more epic. I want more ambitious enemies from the Banished like in Halo Wars 2. They have so many different vehicles that are unique, and I felt like they just had the same enemies from past games with a red tone. I want more enemies on screen. Go back to being mature instead of teen. teen, which Jez has teased in the past that they want a teen rating to be more accessible to a bigger crowd. That clearly worked out great for Infinite. They need to design the game to be good, not to hit a rating. Also, for the love of God, make it a showpiece for the console again. Lastly, make it on a separate cadence from the multiplayer and have weapons and abilities unique to the campaign that aren't copy-pasted into the multiplayer. With my rant over, my questions are, what do you want from the next Halo and Gears? What do you want?
I want Halo to be shut down.
Oh, be quiet.
What I want for the next Gears, I really want the next Gears to really double down on what they were exploring with Gears 5, which was expanded melee combat. Expand it even further. I want to be able to hack and slash with a chainsaw, man. I'm sick of seeing that same old canned animation of chainsawing someone in half. It's been the same thing since Gears 1. 6 games if you count Judgment. Give us, some proper stuff we can do with the chainsaw. That'd be really cool. I want to expand on the stuff they did with Jack, with like, kind of like having powers and stuff. That was kind of felt a bit like playing an infiltrator in Mass Effect, for example. I thought that was really cool and really unique, and you could tailor your playstyle a little bit. Double down on the open world aspects. I don't want it to go full-blown open world, but the wide linear stuff they had, where you could go off the beaten path and find like little side quests and stuff to get more upgrades for Jack, I thought that was really cool and really interesting and really fun. But there wasn't enough of it. There was very, very little of it, but I'd like to see more of that as well. So basically, I just want to see more. I really like what they were going for with Gears 5. I just kind of want to see them go more in that direction and sort of, fill out those features rather than just dip their toes in. And also, I want to see them focus their multiplayer efforts more on Horde mode and the regular multiplayer mode. I feel like they bit off more than they could chew with the escape mode. They're kind of like... escape mode kind of felt like they were ticking boxes, and they were trying to have some kind of like, some kind of, I don't know, user-generated content with this sort of half-hearted tile-based map editor thing. I'm sorry, it was just lame. Like, escape mode was terrible. Like, there's no other way of saying it. And also, the changes they made to Horde mode really ruined what I really liked about Horde mode, which was turtling up and, mowing down tons and tons of enemies, sort of almost tower defense style. But, like, they took out all the reason to use the traps and stuff and, kind of ruined it in a way. But I bounced off Horde mode really hard in Gears 5 as well. I can't help but feel like it was lack of iteration because they were trying to do too much. So, ironically, I suppose, the multiplayer stuff needs more focus and the single-player stuff needs more features. So, yeah.
I would love for Gears to go back to their survival horror roots, since survival horror seems to be back in vogue now. Like, kind of lean more into that, It
was never survival.
I mean, it was. I mean, I know it wasn't, but more. I mean, maybe less arcadey,
darker,
more mature. I guess
it had some sort of spooky-ish moments, but I think all this discourse around Gears being survival horror or like a full-blown horror, I just don't agree with that at all. Gears was never really horror-y, I don't think. I mean, it's always been gory, but it's never been scary. I never played Gears and was frightened. I suppose like the Berserker section in Gears 1 could be quite tense and nerve-wracking, because you couldn't kill it and it one-shot you if you didn't escape out of the way and whatever. But that was like 5-minute segment or something. I don't know if I agree with a lot of these it was a horror game takes, but
Halo, you know what? Just reboot the whole thing. Start over from scratch. Remakes are in style. Just start from the very beginning. Reset the entire timeline. Just go back and start over. Why not? since 343 can't ever determine what they want to do with the storylines, it's like, hey, we're gonna have Katana be a bad person, and then like, oops, the fans hated it, so we're gonna shift gears and just completely get rid of anything that was somewhat interesting in Halo 5 and be like, oh, now it's infinite, and now you skip forward, and like I don't know, like I sort of feel like at this point it's like, you know what? Maybe you just need to just start over again. Maybe that's what Halo needs. Start over with a fresh coat of paint. No, just like, yeah, just start over from the beginning. Maybe do something different. I don't know. Like, I'm not necessarily sure.
All the way to the beginning.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure I want a continuation of where they're going anyways, because, I mean, I don't even know if 343 can do it justice. But then again, can they do, if they rebooted it, would that work? Could they do that justice? I don't know. I think they have some tough decisions to make about how they want to move forward with Halo. So
I wouldn't be surprised if they did reboot Halo.
Maybe that's what it needs. Does everybody in chat want a rebooted Halo? I mean, they're rebooting Halo Resident Evil. Why not reboot and redo Halo 1, but modern? I don't know. Is that something people want?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what people think. People say no.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Let's see. Next
Could be
question.
an interesting couple of years.
Yeah, right. Laser Wolf. Hey guys, what games do you think we could be seeing released this fall from either Xbox or third parties? There doesn't seem to be too much announced yet. Yeah, there really doesn't. It's like for Xbox, we know Starfield, we know Forza Motorsport, probably October. We know there's a Call of Duty game. 50-50 on Hellblade. That's probably it from first party. The third party stuff is probably going to all be announced around E3. Like what third party games are announced for even fall this year? I mean, Spider-Man 2 is. Is there anything else? I'm drawing a blank right now. Is there anything else?
We've got an upcoming games list I could consult. But not off the top of my head.
Not off the top of my head. Yeah. I'm sure E3 will have a whole bunch of announcements about stuff. Off the top of my head, I'm struggling to think of games that are supposed to come the end of this year. I mean, we had a ton of games the beginning of this year. This beginning of this year has been incredible, right?
Yep.
The Rambling Gamer guy says, no, all the books, comments, and investments fans have made into the story. I'd be irate personally if they rebooted Halo. Yeah, there's yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It would be very controversial.
It would be very it'd be what how do you say it? The word controversial? Controversy. There'd be huge controversy. Yeah, Alan Wake 2 is supposed to come out this fall. Maybe that comes out around September time. You have Starfield, you have Forza, you have Call of Duty at some point. Spider-Man's going to be there in September probably. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of any other games that are announced for this fall, and I'm just not really having any. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is supposed to be this fall, but I just have a feeling it's not going to make it. There's no way Dragon Age is coming this fall.
No, I don't think so. No.
Assassin's Creed Mirage. Didn't I just read that just got delayed till next year?
I don't know. Is that one of Tom's?
I think so. Yeah. Oh,
Tom has good Ubisoft.
We'll find out in a couple months. Yeah. Gaz is here and he says Rand is still streaming. Bro, we didn't have a podcast last week, so we got to make it up to all the listeners, bro. So this is an extra long show. We're going through the Patreon questions. Yep. THX says more stories a la Halo 3 ODST, different viewpoints is what he wants. But anyways, we got a question here from Parker who says, hey guys, since it looks more likely that the ABK deal will close, I see more chatter about Sony needing to buy a company like Square Enix to compete or retaliate. Not sure I believe that, but it makes for an interesting discussion. However, has Sony ultimately hurt itself by creating arguments like the high-end console market? Since now we have figures like Sony has 98% market share in Japan and has a large market share lead in the EU and other places when you strip away Nintendo. So if Sony were to try to buy Square Enix, for instance, would Microsoft not just use Sony's own argument and data by saying, well, based on the data Sony provided in 2022 and 2023, they have an overwhelming market share in these markets, and we as Microsoft would only struggle further in Japan, American and European markets with the loss of all future Square Enix titles or any other publisher. Thanks for what you both do. Have a great Easter weekend, Parker.
I mean, he's completely right. You know, if like, say for example, Sony decides, yeah, we need to start buying studios to, you know, compete with Microsoft, but also, honestly, just adapt to a changing landscape. PlayStation really needs to look at mobile. You know, the fact that Mighty Doom, Microsoft's, you know, Bethesda's Mighty Doom from Alpha Dog was on top of the iOS and Android store, and analysis already suggests that it's made $1 million or something, in its first couple of weeks, which is, you know, pretty great for that kind of game. You know, it's not Diablo Immortal, you know, making hundreds of millions a month, but it's also not an MMO. It's like a simple little game you play with one hand, and it's made like $1 million. I think that's pretty good, you know. But Sony needs to be looking at studios like that, and I think Square Enix is like probably an ideal candidate. They do have a bunch of mobile games. They've got a ton of unrealized potential with Final Fantasy IP that they haven't really explored yet, because let's just face it, the people running Square Enix are not that smart. You know, they're investing in NFTs and all this other bullshit to try and find growth, when what they should be doing to find growth is right there in front of their eyes, which is like adapt the Final Fantasy IP better, you know, explore bringing in more, you know, remasters and remakes and stuff like that. You know, I don't know what the deal is with Square Enix, because they're run so weird. But yeah, so if Sony did start exploring that, raising the capital to buy a company like Square Enix or whatever, Capcom say, it's going to be problematic for them, especially if they were going to look at a Japanese company, because, you know, Microsoft has started raising the issue to the Japanese Fair Trade Commission of Sony's market share, you know, and it's become a political topic with regards to the trade deal that America's working out with Japan right now, which has which, you know, has provisos in it to have a level playing field for digital content and digital sales. And Microsoft's raised an objection and said, hang on a sec, how can we have a level playing field here where the Japanese government basically turns a blind eye to Sony's anti-competitive behavior or whatever, as per what Microsoft says? You know, I'm not saying if Sony's anti-competitive or not. Don't have the details in front of me, but, you know, that's certainly the argument they want to make. So yeah, it could be a really interesting, you know, path that we see Microsoft going down with regards to that, because, you know, my working theory is that after ABK, they're going to go after a Japanese studio, and I would not be surprised at all if it was Square Enix that they were going to go for. You know, that's one way you repair a relationship, is that you just buy them. You know, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be an interesting few years. Again, we're going to get all this again, Rand, when Microsoft wants to buy a Japanese studio.
I know that's what Sony fans want, is they want this idea of Sony needing to retaliate or push back. And I mean, there's some talk that like maybe Sony agreed to that deal with Bungie quicker than maybe they wanted to, or gave Bungie better terms because they had to lock Bungie in because of what Xbox did with ABK. But I don't know. Does Take-Two make any sense for them? You know, does Take-Two make any? Because I see a lot of people pushing that. Oh, Take-Two, they could easily buy Take-Two. Does it make sense for Sony? You know, does any? I mean, I've seen people suggest that, you know what, in response to this, they need to wall off Japan. Sony should go buy every Japanese publisher. They should buy Capcom, Square Enix, Sega, Bandai, and just buy them all, and just as a response, just so Xbox gets no Japanese games. At the
end of the day, we know how ruthless Sony is. We know how damn ruthless they are. So why haven't they done all this stuff already? And I tell you why. Because they haven't got the money to do it. You know, you can't like. They would have to raise capital. They would have to go to a bank, say to the bank, we want a shitload of money so we can buy this company. You know, and the bank would say, okay, well, where's your collateral? You know, it's more complicated. Whereas Microsoft was just like, yeah, cash. We'll just do it with cash or stock or something. But it's a different proposition for Sony than it is for Microsoft with regards to some of this stuff. Because I really do think they would have done it already if they could, you know. And they're probably like, I wouldn't be surprised if they're regretting the Bungie stuff already. Because like that, the most recent, like, Bungie's worked out terms with Sony to keep Destiny in full parity, right? Somehow they've clearly worked that out, and you know, Mojang's probably cut similar deals with Xbox and Microsoft when they were bought out, where they were like, yeah, we want to stay multi-platform, blah 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 blah. These are the terms of the deal, whatever. And I wouldn't be surprised if like Sony's looking at what they bought with Bungie and now they're regretting it, because wasn't the most recent expansion received really poorly? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Sony's like, we should have saved that money for someone like Take-Two or someone like Square Enix, where there's more potential to be had, and maybe, you know, maybe buying
Sony also typically
Bungie was a knee jerk.
Sony also typically likes to buy studios that they work with, even though they kind of broke that rule with Haven and some of the other ones recently. I don't know. Will they buy a publisher? I mean, people seem convinced they would buy Square Enix by now. They haven't yet. You know, so it's like, would they run into some regulatory problems? Potentially. You know, potentially they might. You know, they are the market leader and they've presented this whole high console market thing, and maybe they run into issues there. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe there is an acquisition spree coming on, or maybe it's just going to be individual studios that help, like, basically fill out your portfolio of studios. I don't know. It's quite small, but smells like a big one. Says, could Xbox work around not having Game Pass on PlayStation by offering a lower price PS-only subscription service that includes access to Call of Duty and other Xbox Studio titles that already run natively on PlayStation? Obviously, getting Game Pass on PlayStation wouldn't be feasible since so many of the games on it are built to run on MS hardware. Thoughts? I don't know. I just have this feeling it would have to be different leadership than currently in at PlayStation. I think Jim Ryan is firmly against Game Pass and subscriptions like it offers. Like, we've already seen in Sony's thing about how they don't want to have to pay Microsoft for Call of Duty because it would essentially destroy for Call of Duty on PlayStation Plus, because it would destroy their retail business, and it would also involve customers would start to think that maybe this is how it's going to be to expect games like this, which would put unwanted expectations on Sony to do the same with their own games. So maybe it would like if Jim Ryan was running PlayStation for the next 10 years, I would say no. I'd say there's no chance that Game Pass comes to PlayStation. Now, maybe things change. Maybe younger, new leadership gets in there that has different views of what PlayStation should do. And we know Xbox, you know, but then again, like, Phil is eventually going to leave and somebody else comes in there. They may not want to put Game Pass on PlayStation, right? Because you're going to have different leaderships with different viewpoints about how things should get done. But I think under Jim Ryan, I think that's never going to happen. I guess it depends on what Sony's objectives are with new leadership down the road, and if that aligns with whoever's running Xbox then and what their goals are, right, Jez?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't think there's like one size fits all with the way this is going to go. I want to believe that Microsoft and Sony can coexist to some degree, even with different business models. But it's also like, you know, how can that happen when all this drama has gone down the way it has? You know, we just have to wait and see. Like people leave the industry, people come in. You know, different philosophies take hold. You know, maybe Phil's successor wants to do things a completely different way, and Jim Ryan's successor wants to do things a completely different way as well. I mean, there was this whole sort of debate before about, um, you know, is the reason, you know, was there a power struggle at PlayStation between ultimately ideologies of someone wanting to do things more like Phil or someone like Jim Ryan who wants to keep things old school and keep things status quo, you know? Um, I don't know where this is all going to go, but my ideal scenario is that PlayStation can keep doing what PlayStation does and Xbox can keep doing what Xbox does, you know, and that they can coexist. Like the retail model can continue to exist. And it looks like, frankly, even Microsoft's investing in the retail model because Microsoft is spinning up the ability for devs on Idea Xbox to have their discs, their games printed. Like Idea Xbox historically has been like a digital only thing, but they're changing that now, you know. And that says to me that Microsoft still has faith in that business model and they're not completely all in fully on this whole idea of digital. They want to, I mean, Phil said himself, and this is evidence of that, him not just saying it, but he's actually walking it, walking the walk, not just talking the talk. That they are invested in multiple business models and multiple modalities. And the fact they're going to allow indie devs to, you know, they're going to help indie devs get their games printed on disc is like, you know, huge to me. And it's something like not a lot of people have really talked about or considered this week because there's been so much other bullshit going on. I'm all right about that tomorrow, actually. You know, but anyway, I digress. It's going to be interesting to see where all this stuff goes.
Indeed, it will be. Let's see what other questions we got here. Logan, what's up, Logan? He says, "Hey guys, hope all's well. 2 questions. 1, what is the deal with Square and Xbox? Seriously, it's weird at this point." Well, Jez basically said there's some bad blood, and maybe Microsoft is to blame for some of that. Maybe it revolves around money. We did talk about that. And 2, how quickly do you think Xbox will move to acquire certain affinity? Thanks, guns. Really appreciate you all. I think they need to acquire certain affinity ASAP once the deal's over.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they need to make that a priority to make sure that they don't slip away. We have Tharsman. He says, "Jez, do you have any info on the Series X supply issues? It's getting a bit ridiculous. I can buy a PS5 right now, but I can't get an Xbox. This is going to hurt Xbox's install base in the long run, and I really don't buy the whole, quote, Xbox does not care about the install base line. It feels like coping."
They care about the install base, but I think they're, like I said earlier, I think they're being very sort of economical with what stocks they've got available right now. And a lot of it is being prioritized for cloud because I think like a cloud server is probably just makes them more money right now than an Xbox, a retail Xbox, to be honest. But I think that'll change when the games start flowing. And I think you'll see a change in stock levels around when Starfield drops. And I think like Starfield will be the catalyst for like, okay, people are going to start desiring this a bit more now, and the retail is going to go up. And especially when the ABK deal closes and we start seeing Call of Duty more heavily associated with Xbox, I know that they're going to start, you know, pushing the console a bit more. But I think right now, just a lot of the stock is going towards, frankly, the cloud. You know, that's just a assumption. But,
and his second question has to do with that. He says, "Jez, any word or update on Phil's plans to let Game Pass Ultimate subscribers stream games they own but are not a part of Game Pass?"
Yeah, I mean, they've said publicly that they want to do it. I just have no idea why it's taking so long. I guess some of it is negotiations with the publishers. You know, like Microsoft probably doesn't want to put it in a situation where like half the games are there but not others. So basically, it's probably like a new service level agreement they have to set up, and agree with everyone, and probably like getting agreements from everyone on your you know, your business is probably just going to take a long time. But I think they will do it. But also, like someone at Xbox expressed to me once that server capacity is an issue there too, because of all of a sudden you can play any game you want. The potential for the servers to blow up exponentially increases because, you know, a lot of the games that are in Game Pass right now, maybe they aren't necessarily games everyone wants to play, and they've already had server issues with just Fortnite being in there. So multiply that by Call of Duty, you know, and all the other games you own, it becomes a big problem, you know. And I think, I suppose, like, it depends on how Microsoft's trying to do it, right? Because if Microsoft's trying to make it so like it's a requirement that every single game that is launched on Xbox has to be if you buy it, you're including it in the cloud, you know. Is that something they're trying to push for, or are they just going to do it on a piece by piece basis? If it's a piece by piece basis, it potentially becomes confusing. And this is kind of like one of the issues that Nvidia GeForce Now has, because Nvidia GeForce Now, like it's powered by Steam, right? So it's all the games you own on Steam or the Epic Game Store, but not all of them. It's just the ones that they've cut a deal with to get into their service, but you still have to buy them on Steam or the Epic Game Store. It's really strange the way that works. And it's kind of confusing, you know, for an average person, I would think. But I do think Microsoft's thought process is probably like, if we're going to do this, it needs to be every game. So that's probably why it's just taking so long. I might try and email them and get an update on where that's going, but we'll see.
Yeah, THX says Microsoft should acquire the talented Sobo Studio next. I mean, I would agree with that. They are very good at what they do.
Yeah.
We have Raj saying, has either of you played System Shock? I never did. I don't know. Did you play System Shock, Jez?
I didn't. I own it, and it was one of those games that I always wanted to play because, you know, I'm a huge fan of BioShock, and like they always said, BioShock was a spiritual successor or whatever. So like, I've really always wanted to play it, and I just never got around to it. And you know, I've got it. I actually have it installed on my Steam Deck. I think it's just, you know, just getting around to it or whatever.
Yeah, he says it's a spiritual predecessor of Deus Ex and BioShock, Prey, and Dead Space, which was originally going to be System Shock 3. It was the first video game I finished, and I think it's way ahead of its time. I haven't played it since, but that first playthrough is still in my mind nearly 30 years later. The 1994 game controls and looks quite clunky today, but there is a remake coming in May, and the trailer looks phenomenal to me.
Was it in May? That's pretty close.
Yeah, he says it'll be PC only at first, but potentially get console ports in the future. Are you planning to play the remake to take on Shodan like I am? I mean, maybe when it ever comes to Xbox, I might check it out. I mean, I always have heard about System Shock, and I've always heard how Dead Space, BioShock, Prey, and those games, you know, are basically spiritual successors to System Shock, especially the BioShock games. But yeah, I don't really know much about System Shock. I haven't really seen much of it. I don't know what the story's about. So there would be some interest.
Crazy AI.
Yeah, I know AI is involved, but I don't know really much about it. So, I mean, yeah, I would definitely, whenever it would come to Xbox, I would definitely, you know, if I have the free time, if nothing else is going on, I definitely maybe would check it out. Bickleferman says, since I know you both love Pokemon, here's a question for Jez and a challenge for Rand. Jez, what's your favorite Pokemon gen? Ooh. Now, what's your favorite Pokemon gen?
Oh, that's hard. That's really hard. Probably for the sake of nostalgia, Gold, Silver.
All right, we got Gold and Silver. Now he says, now Rand, since you did so well last week, try and pronounce these Pokemon names. Oh, jeez. Rachu, Sudowoodo, Wobbuffet, Susween. That's it for this week's Xbox 2 Pokemon segment. Have a wonderful weekend, guys. And for his second question, what's your favorite Batman movie?
Ooh.
And also, what's your guys' favorite Spider-Man 2 movie? Spider-Man 2 movie. I mean, I guess he's talking about the Tobey Maguire ones and the Todd Holland ones. I would go with the Tobey Maguire ones. That's Spider-Man 2. As for my favorite Batman movie, I mean, it's got to be Dark Knight for me.
Yeah,
The
probably
Christian Bale
Dark Knight
version.
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super cliche because it's so popular, but it's popular for a damn reason.
Because it's amazing. So
yeah.
Blaytoven says speculation. I think there is a good chance that the reason Square Enix is snubbing Microsoft could be that Square Enix may have originally approached them with an exclusive offer to purchase Crystal Dynamics and Eidos, but Microsoft turned it down. Square then ended up having to sell those studios for much less than they wanted originally. That's around the time things started to sour between them, if you think about it. What do you think about that speculation, Jez?
It's an interesting one.
It's very interesting.
Definitely interesting.
I don't know if there's any truth to it. You know, even if Microsoft bought Square Enix, a lot of their value to me personally is around Crystal Dynamics, Tomb Raider, and Eidos. So like, I wouldn't necessarily be like, oh man, oh Final Fantasy, amazing. I'd be like, I don't know. Capcom would be much better, but yeah, those are all.
Capcom would be better. I mean,
yeah, 100%. Right?
Yeah, for me, yeah, but like I still think Square Enix would be a great get for them. Just because the mobile stuff.
Yeah, the mobile stuff and places that they really aren't. I could totally see that, yeah. But that's
right,
all.
You have no idea how big Dragon Quest is. So big in Japan. It is so damn big. It's like you know, like a national meme. Dragon Quest.
Let's see what else.
So is Monster Hunter, I guess.
Pixel Beat G says, "Why is it so hard to get the Series X online right now?" I mean, there's no stock because, as Jess says, they're putting a lot of it in the cloud, so there's not a lot of stock. Just kind of the way.
That's just my assumption, by the way. It's not really official. Just my assumption.
Yeah. But I think with that, we got all the questions. Thank you to all the Patreon members. You can join Patreon at patreon.com/XB2. You can use the Manscaped code XB2 to get 20% off, worldwide shipping, all that great stuff. Thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. We will be doing Xbox 2 Ultimate this week, and we'll be determining the 10 best Xbox games and the worst ones, so that'll be fun to do.
That'd be interesting.
With that,
we're gonna do a tier list thing.
We might, or I'll just maybe just write mine down and we'll just go over it or something. But I'll have to do some you might have to do some prep work, right? Victor says, "What will you say to a Halo reboot or remake?" I said, "Why not?" You know, I don't know. I wouldn't be that upset about it, but I'm not invested with a lot of people with the comics or the books that some people are. So, anyways, with that. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. This was episode 261 on April 7th. Hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. And we will be back next Friday with another episode of the Xbox 2. It won't be as long as this one because we had to go over a whole bunch of info. So I hope you guys enjoyed this extra long episode of the Xbox 2. And we will see you all next week. Love you.
Rock and roll, baby.
Later.
Laters.